bit more of that. Item number 9 is the approval of Stanford University Medical Center's annual report.
At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for April 4th, 2016. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berman.
Here.
Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Niss. Here. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Here.
Councilmember Schmidt. Here. Councilmember Woolbach.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. So our first order is a selection of applicants to be interviewed on April 28, 2016 for the Human Relations Commission, the Library Advisory Commission, and the Utilities Advisory Commission. Do we have a motion or discussion on this topic?
I would be glad to make a motion. I would move that we interview all the candidates who have applied.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Niss, second by Councilmember Berman to interview all candidates. And I see no more lights or cards. Please vote on the board. That passes unanimously. So our next item is acknowledgement of recipients of the Mayor's Green Business Leader Award. And Josh, would you like to come forward and kick things off anyway? I can...
Well, we would, of course, like to thank you all for coming for the Mayor's Green Business Award. Really glad to have a full house here and a full stack of plaques to give out tonight. I'm very proud of this year's turnout. I know that Mayor Burt is going to be talking in some greater detail about the numbers, but the big takeaway is that we've got a very enthusiastic and very successful energy efficiency community here. So everybody should be very proud of all the work they've done.
Thank you. So the City of Palo Alto supports energy efficiency and sustainability for all of our residents and businesses. The City Council initiated the Mayor's Green Business Leader Award in 2012, and the award supports and rewards local businesses that not only talk the talk, but walk the walk in supporting our community and our environment. This award is given to business owners and managers who have worked to improve the energy efficiency of their buildings. The Environmental Protection Agency Portfolio Manager Program allows building owners to benchmark their buildings against similar facilities in similar climates across the U.S. For those businesses that work to benchmark their buildings' energy efficiency and compare it to others, our hats are off to all of you. Very efficient buildings become an Energy Star certified facility. Energy Star certified buildings on average use 35% less energy and are responsible for 35% less greenhouse gas emissions. In Palo Alto, those buildings that received Energy Star certification in the last year, we consider you to be 2015 Green Business Leaders. Congratulations to all of you. And I think at this time we're going to ask the recipients to come forward one at a time.
Allow me to ask, yes, Mr. Mayor, to come down so we can hand out the plaques and have a photograph, and then we'll have all of the recipients along the wall, and then we'll take a group photo. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your help with all of this.
So should I name them off one by one?
Yeah, well, just as they come down on the list,
Yep.
you'll recognize your name.
So I'll just say first that 30 Palo Alto buildings qualified for the Energy Star rating in 2015. I'm loud. You got it. Yeah. This is up from 6 in 2014. These award-winning buildings represent over 2.3 million square feet of energy-efficient floor space in Palo Alto. They are contemporary high-tech buildings right alongside buildings from the 1920s. From a regional perspective, Palo Alto 30 Energy Star rated buildings make up 1/3 of the San Jose metro area's entire Energy Star certifications. Quite an achievement. If Palo Alto were rated in the EPA small city category, we would be number 2 in the country. Palo Alto is definitely a leader in the energy saving effort, and we thank you for what you've done. So our first recipient is Hewlett-Packard Enterprise at 3000 Hanover Street, a 500,000 square foot building. In addition to all of the efficiency initiatives, HP now holds the honor of being the largest solar energy installation in Palo Alto, and this is their second Green Business Award. Congratulations. Thank you. The next recipient is Hudson Pacific Properties for their buildings at Embarcadero Place at 2100 and 2200 Ging Road, and their buildings at Clock Tower Square at 600 and 660 Hanson. Hudson is a new property company and immediately came to have their buildings Energy Star rated, their first Star Time Award winners.
It's like having too many Oscars.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Oh, one more? Wow. Okay. Another. Here we go. Goodness. Thanks. Our next recipient is the International School of the Peninsula at 151 Laurel Lane. This is the third year they've received the award. They not only are a green business leader, they've signed up for 100% Palo Alto Green and 100% Palo Alto Green Gas. So they're not only energy efficient, but they're carbon neutral. Congratulations. Thank you so much. The next award goes to the Palo Alto Unified School District. 14 schools earned Energy Star certification, a fabulous effort. Some of these buildings are almost 100 years old. The school district acknowledges that all of their energy efficiency efforts for all school facilities are a team effort. Everyone's a winner, and along with continuing Energy Star efforts, the school district is also focused on water savings. They just won a Silicon Valley Water Conservation Award. We're proud of the school district as they once again are teaching by example, and we have board member Camille Townsend and others here to receive it.
Because it is a team effort. Thank you. Come on, folks. You get over here. We have Susan sitting next to the mayor here.
How are you? Hi, Ruby. Okay. On the camera. Oh, okay. Great. Okay. Our next award winner is SAP and Orchard Commercial for their returning buildings at 3450 Hillview Avenue, a 3-time winner, and 3412 Hillview, a 2-time winner, and 2 new winners at 3460 Hillview and 3475 Deer Creek Road. So great to see SAP here again, and thank you for your effort. Wow. Okay.
There's a full deck right here.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
The next recipient is Stanford Real Estate for their properties at 3200 and 3210 Porter Drive and 975 Page Mill. This is their 4th time receiving an Energy Star rating and Green Business Leader Award for 3210 Porter, and the 3rd time for 975 Page Mill and /3200 Porter is a first-time winner. And accepting the award is Nicole Evans. The next recipient is Stanford Real Estate for their properties at 3200 and, nope, I'm sorry. The next winner is Union Bank at 400 University Avenue. This is the 2nd Green Business Award for Union Bank. The building is 50 years old, retaining its charming brick and ivy exterior while maintaining modern energy efficient systems. And
They're
the
very
union,
good at saving energy. They're a little shy, though. So
yeah, there we go.
they will not be here tonight, but we will make sure that they get the plaque.
And our last recipient, only last because this is alphabetically given, is Wilson, Sonsini, Goodrich, and Rosati for the buildings at 601 California Avenue and 650 Page Mill Road. This is their 4th Green Business Award for both buildings. 601 Cal Ave is an 8-time Energy Star rated building, and for 650 Page Mill, it's the 9th time. Wilson Sonsini has been an EPA Green Power Leadership Club member since 2008 through their participation in Palo Alto Green. So congratulations. Thank you. Okay, here we go. There. Thank you all. Thank you all, and congratulations to everyone, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's good stuff.
Yes, we would like to get it. Yes, of course. The group picture.
Up here, have them, should
Yes.
they come up in front of the council?
In
And
front
then
of the council would be great for all the award winners. Thank you, Bruce.
Tell us where to go.
Okay, follow me.
follow the picture.
Okay, come on.
We just want to line everybody up along the. Now, everybody have their flags and smiles. Somebody's got to hold it.
I'll get this tweeted before you guys do.
Everybody say green business?
Green business.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Can you just email this to us?
Sure. Does Josh have?
Thank you for coming out.
So our next item is our open data system study session, and to be led by Mr. Reichenthal. Welcome.
Now for something completely different. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Scharf, and council members. I'm Jonathan Reichenthal, your Chief Information Officer. So tonight I want to talk to you about 2 tech topics that impact our community in a very positive way. I want to talk about open data, what that is, and talk about some of the city apps. That's my goal tonight. And my presentation is only about 20 minutes or less, and then I would love to get your comments and feedback. I just want to also thank my IT managers tonight who have shown up in force over there. If you just show us where you are. It's very nice to see them this evening. Thanks for coming. And so what I wanted to do was start with a picture of Boston in January 2010. And in January 2010, it snowed an awful lot in Boston. It was called Snowmageddon because of that. And one of the things that happened during snow is there are more fires than usual. Intuitively, people are making fires in their homes, and they set their houses on fire. So when the fire service comes, they want to be able to find the fire hydrants as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, when there's a lot of snow, it's very difficult to find the fire hydrants because they're covered in snow. And so the fire service knows approximately where they are, and they go and they dig around the fire hydrants, and they finally get them. But you know, when your house is on fire, time is of the essence. So the question is, how do you solve a problem like that? So a software engineer, no less, decided to travel up to Boston in the summer of 2010 with a completely different idea about how you might make it easier for fire service personnel to find fire hydrants during snow. And the idea he came up with was to make the fire hydrant adoptable. So you would use an app to adopt your fire hydrant in your community, and during the year you would make sure it was maintained, and when it snowed, you would dig around it, thus when there was a fire it would be available. And so the question is, did it work? Well, it was amazing success. The following year there was a lot of snow again, and people who adopted the fire hydrants dug around them, and it was more available to the fire service. And so the question is, well, what does that really illustrate? A couple of things. It says, first of all, that we have different ways to solve civic problems today. It also says that we can use technology in completely new ways. It means we can use apps that run on tablets and laptops and smartphones and use data to completely change the game around a really difficult problem to solve. And that's the sort of theme this evening that I want to talk about. And one of the themes we're seeing in local governments and governments around the US and around the world. So I want to talk about this topic real briefly called open data. I'm pretty confident you've heard the term in your travels and probably heard it here at the city more than once. And open data ultimately is a responsibility that cities are now living up to make the data that they store on behalf of their communities available to their communities. This data, by the way, is not secure data or regulated data. This is the public data that everybody should have easily accessible to them. And the one thing that cities have in absolute abundance is data. So in a world of constraints, we have enormous volumes of data here in Palo Alto, in the cities around here, and at public agencies across the world. Now, one of the things about open data, there's a couple of definitions that are important. The data should be in its most basic format, available to everybody, and it should be machine consumable. That's a very fancy term for meaning that computers can use the data easily. So you can import into analysis programs and import it into financial programs and into applications. Here at the city of Palo Alto, we've embraced open data now for almost 4 years. And we have a lot of different types of data. And just this slide illustrates sort of 3 different types of data sets that we make available to our community. We have a rich set of our geospatial information. This is everything about our roads and our streets and our signage and our pipes and all sorts of things that make up the infrastructure of the city. We have a whole lot of core data I'll talk about in a second. And we also have an open data budgeting platform, which today contains 5 years of budgeted and actual data available to anyone who wants it. And it's in a format that's highly accessible. So it's in the form of visualizations, but also in a basic form that people can import to Microsoft Excel, and if they want to do their own analysis, they're now empowered to do it. Our open data work has been recognized around the world in many different forums, including a number of awards. Our financial data program, which we call Open Budget, has won a couple of awards with the Government Financial Officers Association, and our colleagues in ASD and under Lalo Perez's leadership has done great work. So what is this open data? If you go to our website from any device anywhere in the world, data.cityofpaloalto.org, which I have up on the screen, you can see we have quite a different set of data. We have multiple decades of library data that if you so choose to evaluate and analyze, you can access right now. Anyone in the world can do that. We have information about emergency preparedness and energy and crime. All of our business registry data that's public is available right now. And one of the areas of great interest is all of the city's employees' salaries are easily accessible and made available each year on our open data platform. As an example, just to kind of put substance around this, our Open GIS, or Geospatial Information System, allows you to see interesting things like this slide, which is land use designation. Right? And in this particular picture that you're looking at, it's visual, which a lot of people find quite beneficial. but you can also analyze and download the underlying data, the longitude and latitudinal stuff, and everything else that goes into combining to make up a visual like this. So we have lots of different types of geospatial information that a very large range of stakeholders are interested in. We get many calls and emails over the course of a few months from different stakeholders. We had an email just the other day from the National Park Service wanting our geospatial information on our parks. And all I had to do was point them to a website and say, everything you want is right there. And so it's really convenient and open to the world. We've been publishing open data sets, or our data at the city here, in a public manner for closing in now 4 years. And we're approaching 100 different types of data sets. And so it's worth taking a look to see the variety. I know that we continue to publish data sets as they either become available or as departments choose to make those data sets available to whoever wants them. So what ultimately is the benefit? On one level, it's just about freedom of access to data that belongs to the people. It's a transparency solution. Open data is certainly not a Palo Alto phenomena or California or American phenomena. It is a global phenomena. And more and more governments are embracing these platforms to make available these important insights. An organization called Open Data Impact sort of summarized the 4 key benefits of open data to communities. The first one, it improves government. And an example of that is by being more transparent, increases trust in communities and more things can get done. Open data, as a second point, empowers citizens because now they have access to the same information all of us have access to, often at the same time. A more informed populace is a more empowered populace. The third reason is it creates opportunities. For example, you'll remember 2 years ago we had the Palo Alto Apps Challenge. And out of that, almost 100 different teams in Palo Alto participated to create solutions for the city. In fact, one solution today, Adopt Me app, is a real business that employs real people in real jobs. And the fourth one is it helps to solve public problems because it empowers all sorts of decision makers with valuable information. And I just want to give you 2 quick international examples. There are many, but here are 2 that I thought were interesting to illustrate the value it's having on a global basis. In the country of Uruguay, everybody in that country has to make a healthcare choice once a year. And it's very difficult to do that because information is difficult to come by. Just to getting up-to-date quality information on healthcare choices. So Uruguay decided to use their open data initiative to put all the relevant health data available online in an easily consumable way. And now more people are more empowered in Uruguay to make important healthcare decisions for their families. In Brazil, which has, unfortunately, a poor track record of corruption, they recently started using a open budget platform, somewhat like ours here in Palo Alto, and it's having material impact on the reduction of corruption in that country just by using the open data solution. So this is highly valuable and globally embraced. So what is the future here for us at the City of Palo Alto? Well, we're going to continue to post more and more data sets. The more data sets we get out there, the more value there is. We're going to continue to update data. One of the things we are experimenting with and continue to experiment with is to make the data what we call near real time. So for example, when somebody submits for a permit request today, in less than 24 hours, that permit is available to anyone in the world through our open data platform. And there are lots of interested people in that data. And finally, we look to mature the platform. How can we at the City of Palo Alto align with the global initiatives around the work we're doing? The dominant globally adopted approach to open data is through a forum called the Open Government Partnership. of which the President of the United States and other leaders around the world signed off on, to really show commitment and value in the open data work. And there's lots of outcomes from that even a city of our size can adopt and use to mature and bring even more value to our data efforts. So that's a quick update. Now, what I want to do is shift to our digital services. Now, they're not completely disconnected topics, right? The most valuable digital solutions in any organization are those that either create very valuable data or run using very valuable data. Now, it might surprise you to learn that the City of Palo Alto has over 60 digital services. These are either services you can access using a smartphone, a tablet, or a website that you can go to conduct city business. More and more of what we do at City Hall can be done in your pajamas from the luxury of your home without having to come wait in line at City Hall. And every few months we add additional services to that. Just to sort of put a bottom line on this, on approximately, this is industry-wide, a manual process cost per transaction anywhere from $35 to $65. On the high end, it's $65. Here at the City of Palo Alto, IT delivers a lot of our help desk support at around the $35 mark per transaction. When it's done digitally, it's measured in pennies, much less than $1. So we have just a cost opportunity, not only a quality and efficiency opportunity, but over time, as you get more and more services online, one would hope you would see the downstream impact of less cost for a lot of these services. Now, what are some of the examples? You can access these right now or after this event. We have services that provide good information for community members and others around crime data. People can pay for the utilities bill. We're making some significant improvements on that in the months ahead. They can participate in government through their comments on Open City Hall. And we have really a wide range of digital solutions now around the permitting process, the work that Peter Nerjad is doing at the Development Center to support more transparency and more capabilities in the city's development services. In the realm specifically of apps, of which we have many, we have an increasing number of library capabilities now digitally available from a smartphone, everything from borrowing books, digital books, to downloading music, a whole lot of other things like that. One of our treasures is Palo Alto 311, which now is used by all the appropriate community-facing services in the city. I was looking for an updated number, but I have a slightly a number that's just a couple of months old, which shows that we've had now well in excess of 2,000 downloads of the Palo Alto 311 app, both for the iPhone and Android, and around about 2,000 requests are now coming through a smartphone device. And so what might the requests be? Well, we get requests around code enforcement. We get questions about park drinking fountains. We've been using it, the community members have been using it to report drought, specific water waste issues, and of course, everyone's favorite for reporting potholes. And the service now is entirely transparent, so when someone reports an issue, they see when a staff member is dispatched, they see now when it's repaired, and now they can even evaluate our service at the end of the life cycle using Palo Alto 311. Our police colleagues have an app for logging non-urgent police items, as well as timely information on public safety related items, and that's through the police app. So this is just a sample of the 60 different digital services. If anyone would like to access these at any time, I've included the link there, which is cityofpaloalto.org/services. And then within the services, we also have a Palo Alto App Store where we have our different apps listed. So what is the future of digital services? There's no question that we are increasingly moving to technology platforms for delivering city services. So my expectation is we would continue to see departments embracing different apps for different things. Just today, we launched in partnership with the Transportation Management Association a product called Swoop, which is for, it's like an Uber, but for workers to get to work. So that's an example of now us embracing more and more tech for achieving some important goals for the city. And with that, I wanted to just finish real quick, see it was brief, and talk about Hawaii for a second. So in Boston, they sort of solved their fire hydrant problem by having people dig around them. And you know, it was so popular that people would compete over which fire hydrants to adopt. So after its success, the mayor of Honolulu called the mayor of Boston and said, we're interested in your Snowmageddon app. Now, I don't know about you, but I've been to Hawaii many times, and on the sea level it doesn't snow, and on the volcanoes it does. There's some snow up there, but you'd wonder why was the mayor of Honolulu calling. Well, in Hawaii they have an issue around the potential for tsunamis, and occasionally when there's earthquakes in the Pacific, create tsunamis. And as a result, there are these what are called tsunami sirens that circle all the islands. Fortunately, tsunamis don't happen often, so these sirens go into disrepair. They get rusty, the wires break, but more often than not, the batteries get stolen. So when they're needed, the sirens do not work. So what the mayor of Honolulu wanted to do was to have people adopt the tsunami sirens, so that during the year, when there was no issues, they would make sure that they were painted and oiled and there was batteries. And so the mayor of Boston said, yes, please have the software. You know, it's open source. We want you to use it and just change where it says hydrant to tsunami siren. And they've now began to roll that out over in Hawaii. So that's my final item. I just wanted to share that with you because we certainly live in a different time where cities and states are collaborating at different levels using really unique technology. And my guess and prediction is we will see an awful lot more like that in the months and years ahead. Thank you. I welcome any questions or feedback.
Thank you. I thought you were going to offer hydrants up for adoption for canines. So, colleagues, Councilmember Niss.
So, you know, this will sound as though I'm singing your praises loudly and widely, but it's absolutely true. So you probably know, and many of you will be aware, that when I've gone to conferences, we often see the apps that have been developed here used by other cities. One in particular is the one that is on page, I don't know what, but it's called Civic Insight. And it's one of the ones that I don't remember which other cities were using exactly, Jonathan, but they were extraordinarily enthused about them. Karen, I think you were with me when we were at one of the conferences in Austin, where, as I recall, you also were there, and it was great to see other cities say how pleased they were with their apps and how delighted they were that they had been developed. And I think it's important to mention that this is shared by many other cities, and what we do here gets copied and makes a difference to another city. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those very, very kind comments. And it's one of the privileges of working in such an amazing place as Palo Alto is people want to know what we're doing and they want to copy us, especially when we get it right. We do good stuff.
I presume you don't charge them, Jonathan?
Not where we certainly don't charge for best practices and all the successful things we do. Where it's a vendor-provided software, they work out their own arrangements.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, thanks, Jonathan, for the presentation and to your team for all the good work that they do. One question I wanted to, I guess two quick questions, two quick questions, and then maybe a more challenging one. But is there anything that other cities are doing that you've seen that we're not doing and that we should be? Or are we perfect? Which is a totally acceptable answer. Yeah.
At a city of our size, we don't really have comparables. Often our peer cities are looking to us to sort of break new ground. You know what? I don't know why I'm stumped, but I can't think of something that we either are not working on or thinking about that another city is doing that I wish we would do. I get great support from the city manager here to pursue a lot of this. So, you know, there's lots of very interesting things happening in the world of the Internet of Things and, you know, having smart traffic signal systems, and we're doing that too. So I'll have to get back to you when I think of it, but
good.
Right now I can't think.
That's a good...
I'm not ignoring you all. I'm actually sending in a 311 app request on a broken bike rack that I saw this morning while he's talking. So.
Well, that's thank you, Jim, and thank you for the transition, because I wanted to ask about the 311 app, which I think is great. But I had an experience a couple of months ago where some residents reached out about a crosswalk in between Kihila High School and the JCC. And we had some problems with the 311 app. First, we couldn't find the work order on there, and then I think it said it was completed, and what was completed was a work order had been put in to make improvements to the crosswalk, but the improvements hadn't actually been made. And so the residents saw that and thought, nothing's completed. So do we have people that are like user experience or constantly kind of you know, looking for bugs and making improvements, and what kind of training does staff have to make sure that they're using it properly?
Sure. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that particular instance. Fortunately, that is the exception.
Okay.
Of course it happens. And when a ticket, an issue is moving between departments, there can often be some bumps along the way. Generally, the feedback, and you're able to give feedback in the app, is very, very positive. People get the issue resolved and there's transparency. We have now finally rolled it out to all the departments that are community facing, and they're all at different levels of training. One of the kind of interesting consequences of doing something like this is it forces departments to really understand their existing processes, you know, their manual ones. And sometimes when you take a manual process that it maybe isn't optimized and you make it electronic, you make a less optimized electronic process. And I think as we more and more embrace this, we have to refine that and we have to identify the bugs. We do provide training to users, and the vendor provides training. And lastly, I think your question was, are bugs identified and fixed? For example, right now there is a little bug on one part of it. We alert the vendor to that. We tell them it's a priority, and they will resolve it soon. The last point, though, about this is the product is made by a company called Public Stuff. It recently acquired by Excella, who do our permitting software. It is what's called multi-tenancy, which means if one city wants a benefit that they adopt, every city sees the benefit of that feature. So the system we use is used by several hundred cities in the United States. And so we benefit from any bugs that are discovered and fixed for everybody. We benefit from any new features. And any one of us can also recommend features too. It has that function within the app.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Well, thank you. A lot of good stuff here. I know we're using open government for some of our stuff. Where do they fit in? And maybe you could talk a little bit about some of the tools you're using on open data.
Sure. Open City Hall or Open Gov in Redwood City? Which one?
Open Gov.
Open Gov, yeah.
So we have the unique distinction of having co-created that solution that is used by over 500 cities today. It started in Lalo's office with me and Lalo and two enterprising students from Stanford. And today it's a big success story. So we use it. It's on our finance website.
So it's just financial data like the other numeric data, we just use other tools?
OpenGov today is solely focused on actuals and budgeted numbers. However, well, they will have to tell the marketplaces themselves, but they certainly have ambitions beyond that.
And so how do we do, are we using like open source platforms for just, some of the other tabular data that we're reporting?
So in the case, beyond the open budget? So for example, with the OpenGIS platform, which is many geospatial information data sets, we created that, and the software is free. It's based on Google's Fusion tables and Google's mapping technology. So it's sort of a mashup of the two. So yes, I guess you could. Well, it's free, as in the software is free. I don't know if it's open source. We would be delighted to share it with anybody.
So you actually started this initiative for the city, right? And so how long have we been doing this? For 3-4 years?
The open data specifically?
Yeah.
It's coming on about close. By the time we kicked it off and made it real, it's about probably 4 years. Yeah. Almost 4 years.
So it's a lot of good progress. I think it'd be useful, you come, I guess, once a year or so often to council, start to see maybe usage stats. Are you guys tracking like what's getting used and what kind of feedback we're getting from users?
We do on a few, not everything, not on all 60 different experiences. Palo Alto 311, which is sort of a flagship product for the city, is one we track very closely. We definitely can track and produce data on downloads of apps that we manage, so we have that. We also track and manage the open data usage. I think the data point I had up on the slide was since we went live, there's been 17,000 visits to our open data platform.
Yeah, I think it would totally help you, and just if we could even start to track. I don't know if we've seen like decreases in public record requests once data goes live. I mean, right. I think we're actually avoiding costs and providing services, and it'd be great to try to show some of that, I think, over time.
Good.
I guess, and I was looking at some of the open data website pages. It'd be great to see like a feedback link there, just so when people do run into any issues, you can get the feedback.
Could I just jump in on that? This is to amplify your comment, Councilmember, about just trying to be proactive on putting out information, and so we don't have to necessarily respond to public record requests. So it was a couple of years ago when this isn't hard data to assemble, and we actually would have to do it if we get a public records request. We just said, as it relates to all employee pay information, to every employee in every aspect of their annual pay, let's just put that on our open data on our website to be available each year when we do this, and not sit around and wait for the public record request for that information. And that's just one example of the arena in which we're just trying to put things out in advance.
I mean, it's hugely powerful. We're saving time, we're saving money. I mean, this is a huge win, right? So I think figuring out now kind of what people are using and what they like the most is kind of the next phase, probably. Was really glad to see the business registry data up there. I do want to file a bug report. So I was trying to sort on square footage, and it seems like it's sorting like right justified instead of left justified. So like 998 square feet comes up before 99,000 square feet. So I don't know. It's very, very odd right now.
We'll take a look at that. What I would recommend is to download it as a
export it to Excel.
Export it, yeah. That's your best bet.
Right, which is great to have that option. So again, on the open data side of things, I think just trying to start to get some feedback on it, because your users will tell you if there's any problems. On the digital services side, I'm curious what your backlog looks like and how you prioritize kind of what you're going to work on next.
It actually takes more of the form. I actually have an answer to that in a moment. I just thought of one. But when we buy a new solution, when we adopt a new solution at the city, we have was two architectural messages we send out. One is we're cloud first, and then we don't if by exception. and mobile first, which means the solution has to have a mobile capability. And where that has been possible, we do that. So whatever's on the ticket, the roadmap of projects over the next 12 to 24 months, we will adopt the mobile capability within that. I think probably if I was to quantify the most popular or the most often requested app, it's to be able to do time and expenses on an app. And we have every intention of doing that as part of the ERP project.
So that's an internal staff app, I guess. Do you have a backlog for public-facing apps? Or?
We don't, actually. We don't. And we'd welcome it. I mean, we'd welcome requests through the website.
Yeah, so thinking about kind of both these areas, the kind of the apps and the data, just to kind of emphasize what I said earlier, I think you have a huge opportunity here. I mean, if you came to council and said, if I spend $1, I'm going to save you $1.20, I don't think you'd find any hesitation, right? So I think starting to really show us kind of where you're getting the biggest bang for the buck and kind of what we're saving in terms of time or effort or just cost avoidance would be a huge addition, kind of these annual updates. And I really think, if you think about key performance measures for your group, like I said, you could get a huge budget just by showing us kind of where you're saving us money. So, thanks.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the work. Great effort. So I have a couple of 3 questions. One is, Councilmember Niss mentioned something that we had seen at a conference, and I think it was Austin, but it's been a couple of years ago. And it's great to talk about this stuff, but there's nothing like showing a demonstration. So even tonight, if you could put something up, I don't know if you have a laptop with you, but put something up on the screen. It's like, okay, here's how you access open government, because we were pretty amazed. Like, you can go to utilities department and see what the staff positions were 2, 3, 4 years ago, what the salaries were 2, 3, 4 years ago. I mean, it's just amazing data that we could use to a much greater extent than we do in our budget discussions. And again, though, but I think it's great to be talking about it, but there's nothing better than a demonstration. So I don't know if you can do anything. Yeah.
Sure. I'm up for the challenge.
Okay. And while you're doing that, I have a question about 311. So I haven't had occasion to use 311 myself, but I'm wondering, and I'm sure I will, but I'm wondering, what's the response? So you submit a pothole. What's the response that the user gets?
In terms of the experience, or in terms of the timeline? So it immediately registers that the city has received your submission. You should get a unique ID. If you've signed up as a user, you get an email where you can track the issue. Because you can use 311 without registering, but I recommend you register to use it to get a better experience. Once somebody touches the ticket, for example, a analyst goes in Public Works and evaluates it, you get an email saying it's been opened and being evaluated. Once an engineer is dispatched, you get notified. So there is this sort of ongoing notification. Some people actually said it's too much. Others like it. And then when it's resolved, it says we resolved it, and here's how you can provide feedback. So one of the selling points is that sort of transparency and interaction that you get as a user of the experience.
Great. And 311 for code enforcement. There's another place on the city's website that you can turn in code enforcement complaints. Can 311 be used for code enforcement and have that kind of response back?
Sure, you can. And what I would say is, I don't know if John would put that up right now. We have an evolving list of issues or problems that we also look to modify based on the kind of feedback that we get. So somebody can actually enter in an issue themselves, or if it's a kind of thing that we get, like, trash left on the street, or we've got a leaf blower tagline right now that you can look up. So they'll be sort of nested in some broad categories, and then within those you go into it and you can hit a bunch of different items. The nice thing, of course, is it's geocoded, so if you do it at the location where you are, that's what I typically do as opposed to what I was doing here. Take the photo, send it in right then and there, hit the topic, and I'll sometimes type in a little solution. And when we first put it up, it's kind of slow on the uptake, as far as you sort of felt like, geez, I'm going to click it and take this picture and move on. Now it's actually really pretty quick, and I feel like within 30 seconds for the most part, I've got something photographed, identified, described, and sent in, gotten the response.
And so one last question about this, I think, is once there's a 311 turned in and then someone touches the ticket, is there any kind of, I'm not aware of it if there is there any kind of like time frame? Okay, a ticket is touched within 24, 72 hours, and then an item should be closed within, it would depend, of course, on what the item is, but there's a target of items are resolved or addressed within X amount of time, or there's a email sent to the person who submitted the 311 complaint, if you will, about what the next steps will be.
I wonder if there's anybody here from Public Works, potentially, who could speak to that?
Well, it could be Public Works, it could be planning. Jonathan is here.
Yeah.
Well, if I
Because
just
code
might,
enforcement, for instance, wouldn't be Public Works necessarily.
so I think it's useful to think that, as something Jonathan said earlier, this is a kind of dynamic, interactive approach between the technology, the community, and the organization. And so we actually limited 311 to Public Works for a long period of time and didn't branch out into other departments. One, there are a lot of complaint areas within their area. And so I'd say that probably they're the most facile in the intake, in the standards that they've established, and the routineness of their responses. As we've deployed it into other areas, I think you have the same learning curve within a department. So we haven't established, for example, uniform standards across the whole organization, although we talk about both that and being able to have more analytics and measurement ourselves as an organization is what we're doing. But we defaulted to saying we'd rather start getting more feedback from the community and then modify and design our responses rather than trying to figure out how to design it all in advance and then go out to the community. So it's an ongoing process. And I would say, that we're still constantly learning. We made some adaptations recently that I've been complaining about adding too much input that I think a user would feel it gets onerous, you know what I mean, and you're asking for too much information. So we're kind of constantly getting feedback from our users and making modifications.
So what you're saying is at this point, it started out with Public Works, which makes sense, and then now it's been deployed over, say, utilities, planning, so other departments are utilizing the 311 now as well.
Yes, all community-facing services are now.
Okay. I mean, just for example, and again, this seems like a hodgepodge because it's been evolving and things are nested within here, but there's bicycles, city building maintenance, code enforcement, computer issue, dangerous condition, debris in parking garages, debris in roadways, drought, water waste, an environmental issue, graffiti removal, health hazard, homeless, illegal dumping, leaf blower enforcement, missed street sweeping, noise complaint, storm drains, street lights and traffic signals, sidewalk. I mean, all of those pop up in the drop-down menu.
Great, super. And you have a demo?
Massive risk in doing this, but we'll do it. So
we're forgiving as well as demanding.
Go into the city council portal that we put up. No.
To be cognizant of the time, I'll just do two demos real fast. The first is the Open Data website, which you could get to by typing data.cityofpaloalto.org. And that takes you to this page here, which is sets of data that are logically grouped around major areas, city services, library. So I'm actually just going to go, because it's topical, we'll go into Palo Alto 311 and hoping it all behaves nicely. It's going to take a moment just to spin up the different reports. And this is data that's what's called near real time. So data created this afternoon on Palo Alto 311 should be showing up here. Let me see if there's anything interesting to show you. So I want to just, okay, down here, so this is probably I'm struggling actually only because I can barely see the screen. So if you were to see right now, what is the most popular requests? By far, it's graffiti removal. What's this? Thanks. Tree care is next. So if this is something that's interesting to anyone, it's made to be intuitive to anyone. We simply click on that, and now it well, that's better for me too, and all of us. And now you can see the actual numbers of the different areas. So 114 reports of graffiti removal, and then the second one is 80 reports of illegal dumping. So it actually is really fascinating if you want to understand the city of Palo Alto from all sorts of different dimensions. So I'd recommend just spending a bit of time in there.
Jonathan, could I point out one thing on this page? It says this list was last updated on April 24, 2014.
So
is that correct?
It's not correct. That's just that's the kind of thing we have to keep on top of. That's a manual update, and I'll fix that. So this should be. My hope this was issues as of earlier today. So it's really very fascinating to peruse the entire site and see what other insights that you find. What I wanted to do for good to move on. So that, just to kind of summarize on that, you could do that for any one of these areas here. And then down here we have, which might be worth launching real quick, is the open budget platform, because it visually looks very, it's very appealing. So there's instructions to sort of navigate your way around this, but very quickly you can see just by hovering over certain colors here and certain times, you can see totals of budgeting and spent data. And then every department is represented, and you can drill very, very deep into this to find out on any one of the last 5 years enormous detail about how the city spends money on different aspects of our work. And then finally, I wanted to just navigate you to Palo Alto 311 itself. And this is the city's homepage. And right up here under most popular is submit a request now. So Palo Alto 311, whilst we've been kind of promoting it in this conversation as an app, it's also accessible via a website too. So we want to have it accessible through the most amount of forums. And there's a video here if people want to learn more about it. But all you have to do is click on the button here called Make a Service Request. And again, hoping everything runs nice here. Yeah. You just follow the prompts here to log an issue, and then if you're registered, which you can register, you'll get notification when the work begins on the particular thing you're reporting. Now, if you are interested in the apps, if you go to the homepage, click on the Palo Alto 311. At the bottom here, we provide the links for the free download, which anyone can do anywhere, to download the iPhone app and the Android app and use it on their devices straight away.
That's all very helpful, and thank you for the walkthrough.
Councilmember Walbach.
Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent work and the great presentation. A couple of questions. First, we had an open data proclamation back in 2014, but have we really adopted an open data policy since then? I know that I've heard that LA has a pretty good one, and I know San Jose is voting on one tomorrow, really emphasizing the value, this common value of open by default. So I just wanted to check whether that's something we've explored, whether it's something we ought to explore, and I've got one more question after that.
Okay. So at this time, we are not pursuing a policy. Extensive dialogue with the city attorney and city manager. We thought a proclamation was appropriate, and we could adopt the qualities of open data across the organization without having to make it compulsory or have repercussions if you didn't do certain things. At the time, I recall, and I agreed with this, part of it was just the maturity of where we were at in our kind of evolution here. I don't think it's unreasonable that in some future date, not too far, that we would want to mature this into a charter or a policy of sort that was had a bit more oomph to it, but currently not.
Okay, well, I'd definitely be interested in exploring that. No terrible rush, but the fact that our neighbor San Jose is doing that this week, just interesting timing.
Sure.
And so that got me thinking that's something that we ought to explore as appropriate. And the other question I had relates to campaign finance data. This is an area where the city of Palo Alto already has available campaign finance data for ourselves and for candidates running for local office. So it's already available through the city website as a whole, but its format is not, as to use your phrase, it's not machine consumable. You can't set up an API key to just pull off the data as it gets updated, as I understand. You can get it in PDF form, which is a nightmare to work with. You can also get some of it, I think it's CSV file, but it's not part of our open data portal. And so I was wondering if you've had any discussions with the city clerk's office about putting it up on our, transitioning it over to our portal homepage, maybe under the government tab. Or somewhere else on the open data portal. Any thoughts about campaign finance data being made available? I'll tell you, part of my impetus for this is that I've heard that the open disclosure team with Code for San Jose is working on collecting data from, on campaign finance from around the region and making sure that that's available to the public. I think that that's important to the public. So just wanted to know if there's been any discussion among city staff about that.
Sure. I love that terrific suggestion. I will personally commit to meeting with Beth, our city clerk, here in the next couple of days. And we have a fairly easy process for taking data and uploading it. And assuming there's no unknowns to me, which could be there, we'll commit to getting that published soon, very soon.
That would be great. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for interesting presentation. My major point was covered by Councilmember Du Bois. I think the notion of showing how you can be effective in making government more efficient, in having the public easier access to data, if there's ways of showing that, it would be of immense value moving ahead. One comment, I guess as a user of data, I find my greatest frustration is that very often as a council member where you're looking from where did this come from, a lot of the data stops in the year 2000. So if you try and look anything beyond earlier than 2000, you run into a stone wall. A further issue is how you search for not data as much as issues. And I find that that's another wall to going through. You're given several hundred things, but they're all identified by use of words rather than the documents that are necessary. I say that as a council member where I've had frustration, but I notice the public, when they want to participate in an issue of importance to them, they also could be more effective and could help us by having a data source that allows them to find things easier than it does now. So I guess that's one thing. I think when I see you coming with digital services and open data, that you can help with these kind of issues as well. Thank you.
If I just might say something that we're in the process right now of taking a look at improvements and updates to our website. Some of it's driven by who the provider is of the services right now, and how far we could go to sort of restructure the website. But one of the key concerns has always been, even from when we did the redo, 4 or 5 years ago, was that the search function is just pretty clunky. And we've had that recognition. A lot of it is that it is PDF based, the original sort of format, and then the ability to sort of put tags and those sorts of things just haven't been there. It is one of the things that the team is taking a look at as to how we can make some improvements there.
Yeah,
as far as before 2000, I don't know about that one, but
well, as an example, if you just type in downtown parking assessment district and try and find out what it is, you'll have a hard time.
Thank you. So first, Jonathan, thanks to you and your team for really great progress each year. It just keeps building. I just had one quick comment and then one final question. We talk about digital services, but we don't include our digital library services as part of this definition, as far as I can tell. Did I get that right?
Yes, we do. Well, we do.
Okay, I just didn't see it as part of the report. I know it's not predominantly initiated by your staff, and your staff may very well be providing support for those efforts. We provide support
to the library, yes.
So I wonder whether that's actually the largest digital service that we provide in the city. I don't know the data, but I would certainly encourage to continue to include that. It was pointed out to me just recently, some services that I've been not taking advantage of coming out of the library now in their digital services. But second, you had mentioned, and in response to the question about whether any other cities are doing things that we aren't doing, and you said not ones that we either haven't done or are not presently pursuing. Can you briefly recap some of the next things that you're working on? I know the report had talked about expanding Open City Hall and the Scoop app that just got launched. Are there other things that we should be aware of that are on the horizon?
Yeah, I think two that are interesting and important. One would be the mobile support for any of our new enterprise resource system work that we do. We talked about time and expenses being highly desirable here at the city. But we can imagine for a new HR system and new utility system that there's going to be a lot more, we'd expect there to be a lot more mobile capability. We know our utilities users, which is the whole community, would like to be able to interact easily with paying their bills and seeing the status of their bills and entering credit card information all through mobile devices. So there'll be a whole suite, I think, of mobile solutions around that ERP work. The other area that we're seeing a lot of interest in and progress around is apps that support different modalities of transportation. Our Chief Sustainability Officer, Gil Friend, has spoken about mobility as a service, concept that originates in Helsinki. And now we're starting to see a lot of adoption here in the United States. An app that will give you a multitude of options from getting from A to B, and with the pricing and all the trade-offs. So our planning department has that as a priority to pursue mobility as a service as an app, and then potentially other transportation-related app solutions.
Great, thank you. And before we leave this item, we have one public speaker, Robert Neff. Welcome.
Thank you. I first want to say the 311 app is terrific, and it's a big improvement over the old system of just sending in an email and hoping something would happen. I guess I wonder what is the way to suggest improvements, in particular new data sets that might be of interest to me as a member of the public, or improvements to existing data sets. I guess I looked at some of the GIS data and I was frustrated that the author, exactly how to identify the author was not clear, and if there was a way to identify where to send questions, and or if I thought there was an error in the data set, who should I send that to? So I don't know if that goes straight to the top, or if you want to think about putting that into the information that's there.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that concludes this great study session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So our next item is a pre-screening of a proposed hotel development at 3200 El Camino Real that requires a variance or ordinance amendment to modify or eliminate the 50-foot special setback along Hanson Way.
Is it up? I just want to make sure it's on. Yeah. Okay, great. So they'll do a presentation. Yeah. Okay, good.
Welcome, Mr. Late.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, City Council. I'd like to, Jonathan Late, Assistant Director with the Planning and Community Environment Department. I'm here with Sheldon Nath Singh with M Group. He is a consultant planner for helping us out with our development application and processing. We'd like to present to you this evening a pre-screening application for a hotel project at 3200 El Camino Real. There's no action being expected of the council tonight, no formal decisions being made. The reason this item is before you is projects that require a legislative action or that include a legislative action come before the City Council via pre-screening. This application may require such an application, and projects that also have some potential policy considerations also go before the City Council. This one is an encroachment into a special setback, and we believe that that may have some policy implications that warrant Council's input. So it is for those reasons that this item is before you tonight. This is an overview of the property. I believe that's CPI in the foreground. To the left is Hanson Way, and on the corner, the white building is the subject property. The El Camino extending from left to right across the upper portion of the photograph. The subject property has a width of about 100 feet on El Camino and a depth of 276 feet along Hanson Way. The property was constructed with a hotel in the late 1940s. It has 36 guest rooms. There's also a special setback shown on the left side of the diagram here that runs the half of the width of the property, 50 feet wide from Hanson all the way from the front to the rear property line. This special setback was established about 12 years after the hotel was originally developed. On the right side of that diagram is the proposed hotel development. As you can see, there is a interest in developing this hotel that would encroach into the special setback. The project, in addition to being subject to the municipal code standards, the Architecture Review Board findings, which includes compliance with the comprehensive plan. There's also subject to the El Camino Real Design Guidelines. Those would all be evaluated in accordance with the review process that is required for the project. Interestingly to the conversation, or interesting to note, is that there is a property to the south of the subject property that has an office building, I believe an office building that was constructed in the early 80s that actually encroaches into the special setback. And staff has researched as to how that may have come to pass, but we've been unable to find any discretionary or legislative actions that would have authorized that building to be constructed into the special setback. The setback on Hanson for that particular project is 36 feet. To encroach into the special setback, there is two options that are identified in the staff report. One is a variance application. This is a discretionary review. It is subject to meeting certain standards and subject to findings. There's another avenue, which is a legislative amendment, which would amend the district map or the setback maps to eliminate or modify the special setback. The code does not allow encroachments into the special setback above grade or below grade, but does permit surface parking. So tonight, we're again interested in not necessarily sentiments of support or opposition for the project, but we are interested in conceptually, if the council has interest in a possible development at this location, and if it is reasonable or warranted to encroach into the special setback. What would be valuable to staff and the applicant is that information, and then also the path at which to consider that request, whether it be the discretionary review process with a variance or a legislative action. And I believe staff or the applicant has a brief presentation as well to make, and I'll conclude there. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so at this time we're going to hear from the applicant. And is there a time that they have to speak? I see they're requesting 10 minutes. Is at the discretion of the council? All right. Okay, go right ahead, 8 to 10 minutes, something like that.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Scharf, esteemed council members. My name is Yatin. Our family has owned and operated the property at 3200 El Camino for nearly 30 years, and we've done business in Palo Alto for over 35 years. I was a little boy when my family first acquired the property from the original owner, the late Mrs. Milner. At the time, I was still making my way through the Palo Alto school system, first at Hoover when it was still at Barron Park, then on to JLS, and then finally Gunn High School. In fact, the only time that I've been away from my hometown of Palo Alto is when I went away for my studies, undergraduate and graduate studies. Since early last year, we've engaged in discussions and embarked on a journey to replace our mid-century hotel with a product that more closely matches the demands of today's travelers, particularly given our proximity to the research park. I'm proud to represent my family this evening in introducing each of you to a unique constraint on our site with unintended consequences, which impacts our ability to construct a more competitive product in this important area of Palo Alto at the base of the research park. We come to you today as members of the Palo Alto community with decades of local ties. Moving forward, we hope to be positioned to preserve our local ties and remain a local business for decades to come in the very community I so proudly grew up in. We're excited by this opportunity and understand that the process will be a journey. I would like to begin that journey this evening by introducing you to our entitlement consultant, Randy Pop, who's here to take you through the presentation in your packets. My family and I thank you for your time this evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for having us here for this discussion. I've lived in this area for 46 years and have been working on buildings here for 29 years now. I've been asked to be part of Yatin's project team for what I consider to be a really smart and very positive proposal. I'll just jump right in. We're not interested tonight in talking about FAR or height or design. That's all going to come later. But the first thing we really need to understand is how much of the site we have the ability to use, and that will determine where we go with this. The drawings that we submitted for ARB study session previously are no longer consistent with our thinking, and until we resolve this discussion, we really won't have clarity about anything further. So in doing a bit of research of our own here, we came across this aerial from 1948. It's fun to see, and I was surprised to find the building existed prior to most of the adjacent structures we're all familiar with. Just for orientation, as Jonathan mentioned, El Camino runs across the sheet. The fish market site is an empty lot. Right now, you can see the abandoned train spur that shows in this drawing as an active line. And the site clearly looked like it was flat enough to allow for landing of a small plane that's parked along El Camino on what becomes the Varian and CPI property eventually. In this photo, Hanson Way and the Research Park are not yet present. So moving on, this fast forwards to 2002, and El Camino is now 6 lanes. The area of the site has been dramatically reduced at the El Camino frontage, and at the northeast Hanson corner, there's been a taking for the channelized right turn from El Camino. The building itself remains in the same configuration, and this is just a more clear shot of that from 2007. And then the current configuration, the current configuration as we see it today, the only alteration in all this time is the removal of the pool, which was old and failing, and it was removed with the agreement of the health department. So here's what you see when you're passing by the site today: a late 1940s 36-unit motel at the base of the Stanford Research Park. As Yatin described, the simply constructed wood frame building is almost 70 years old. We're an exterior access motel and want to be a modern interior corridor hotel with amenities consistent with the desire of the modern business traveler. Our goal is to make a long-term commitment, which would be good for the owner's family and for the community. So what brings us here tonight? As staff described, redevelopment will trigger compliance with an archaic 50-foot special setback enacted for an unknown purpose roughly 10 years after the motel was built. Why do I say unknown? Both our team and city staff have searched the history, but nothing concrete can be located. We would only be guessing. So here's what we do know. This is a CS zone parcel fronting onto El Camino at the base of the RP zoned region. It's an island. Just by virtue of zoning alone, it cannot bear the same restrictions. Here's what's important to understand. This 100-foot deep lot has an unmanageable 50-foot special setback imposed along its street side frontage on Hanson Way. If we do a quick analysis, our site is 0.6 acres. RP zoning describes a minimum site of 5 acres, or 8 times the size of our lot. RP zoning describes a minimum lot depth of 250 feet and a minimum front setback of 100 feet. For the sites in the research park, this makes the special setback irrelevant. Special setbacks are unique in that nothing other than a driveway or a landscape feature can realistically be constructed on them. You're allowed to park in a special setback area, but required parking must be accommodated within the buildable area. By this interpretation, if the setback were to be taken for some other purpose, the property would then be underparked. So here's the picture. We have a constraint placed after the building was constructed, which created a non-conforming condition the moment it was enacted. It is consistent with the zone in which it primarily exists, but for our site, the special setback makes it virtually undevelopable. The resulting buildable area is narrower than what I have available for a single-family home on my lot in South Palo Alto. If we don't know what the special setback was intended to constrain and it dictates a poor result, it should be removed from the site. Here's why. We hope to build a new hotel, adding 64 rooms approximately with standard guest amenity space. We plan to build a sustainably responsible building which uses the site more effectively. We want to create a modest corner presence. El Camino and Hanson is an important intersection. We want to be consistent with the upper mid-level hotels being built today. We love the Clement, but we don't want to compete with it. We want to improve safety and access by shifting the building towards El Camino, relocating our driveway off Hanson Way. We already have guests who identify the reason they choose us as being walkable to the research park. We love that. We want to create for our staff and guests a 21st century TDM program which reduces VMTs. We know this is consistent with the desire this council has recently voiced for this area. Just to clarify, we're not looking to create zero setbacks from the street. The concept for a site plan that we show here, just a concept, will increase the El Camino effective sidewalk from 8 feet to 12 feet or more, consistent with the updated El Camino Real guidelines. On Hanson Way, our street side effective effective sidewalk and planting area is already unusually wide and will remain more than 22 feet deep. You can expect we will be code conforming, we will generate increased TOT, we will enhance safety, we will reduce VMTs, and we anticipate no negative impacts. So here's some thoughts for your discussion. A special setback adopted years after hotel construction with no ascertainable purpose, which dictates poor design outcomes, should be removed. And a code-conforming project requiring no exceptions and providing significant benefit to the city should be offered the opportunity to be reviewed without the incongruous setback requirements. Look forward to your comments and your discussion. Happy to answer any questions that you might have as we're going through the process here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for questions and discussion, but a reminder that we will not be taking an action tonight. No one wants to go? Councilmember Wolbach.
So I trying to remember off the top of my head, I think I raised the question about special setbacks when we were having a housing discussion recently. I'm not 100% sure where we should go with this, but this is something I think we should have an exploration of. It's actually larger than this particular project. One question, so that's all I really have to say about the special setbacks right now. But I'm still undecided about this one. One question I have is really around shifting parking off of Hanson onto El Camino Real. And I'm curious if the applicants thought about some of the potential downsides as it relates to traffic flow and bicycle safety along El Camino Real. If we're talking about trying to improve bikeability, maybe at some point in the future even having protected bike lanes on the edge of El Camino Real, the greater the number of curb cuts and driveways along El Camino Real, the harder it is to have a smooth bike route along El Camino Real. And so that's one of my concerns that would accompany adding an additional driveway to ECR. Any thoughts about that one?
Yeah, so right now this is a channelized right turn onto Hanson Way, and as such it's a pretty short throat in terms of what you would normally expect for making a turn into a site and negotiating a corner and doing all those sorts of things. You generally, in planning, try to stay about 100 feet away from a signalized intersection when you create a driveway. And just by the nature of the dimension of this site, only being 100 feet deep in and of itself, we're going to be much less than that. I can tell you that right now with the driveway at the corner where it is, it's very challenging for cars who are making the turns and bicycles who are trying to negotiate and looking for people. And our thought was really that if we moved the driveway ingress-egress up onto Hanson, that it would really improve safety and help to control how traffic flows in a much better way. But I understand your point about placing driveways along El Camino, and I don't disagree with that. I just think that because of the dimension of this particular site, it's pretty challenging.
Right, and I'll also just add, as the council's liaison to the El Camino Real Rapid Transit Policy Advisory Board for VTA, there's certainly been discussion and a lot of questions around what does the future of El Camino look like. People are talking about maybe trying to reduce the number of curb cuts, the number of driveways along El Camino Real, both for improved bus routes, whether dedicated lane or shared with regular traffic, and also for bicycling. So I'll just leave that out there as something for the applicant and also for staff and my colleagues to consider, because I guess I could see pros and cons either way on this one. But thank you for for thinking about safety on this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Nitt.
So 2 or 3 questions, and this would be for staff. Across the street, as we drive down Hanson, is an enormous parking lot. And I think I'm hearing this building is not per se in the research park, is that correct? It somehow just has a little blip that's on the edge?
Are you referring to the CPI property or across Hanson is in the RP district? If we can probably.
I'll get it for you.
Thank you.
I don't have a mouse to circle it.
We're going way back, right?
Yeah. I don't have a mouse to circle it, but up where that blue arrow is. Oh, now I do. So, is it? I may be a little too far away from the.
Well, let me just establish, is there a large parking lot across the street?
So across Hanson, there is the CPI parking lot.
Right. So as we look at that, and as we look at this little blue square there, did I hear correctly that it's actually not in the research park as far as the zoning is concerned?
That's correct. The subject property.
So
yes.
so it's an outlier in an enormous research park area, correct?
There are a few properties that are zoned CS. The subject property, the fish market, McDonald's, and that's captured in that sort of that yellow area of that blue square that's on the screen right there.
Right. So if something were to be developed across the street, what is the zoning there?
Across El Camino or Hanson?
No, on the same side as Hanson.
So that's research park property, so you could have your R&D offices.
So it would not have the same setback requirement, correct?
Well, there is a 50-foot special setback on that side of Hanson as well.
So they were both done at the same time?
Well,
if this was unless I'm not hearing that correctly, this was done after the hotel was put in, and it is not part of the research park, but the research park on the other side does have a 50-foot setback, correct?
So along Hanson Way, there is a 50-foot special setback.
Okay, and we don't know why. Or do we know why?
So what we've not been able to identify the specific reason. All we can do is draw some assumptions. Roadway, increasing the roadway or having a greater roadway for automobiles that came in the late 50s. The setback was established. There's any number of speculative ideas that we could put forth, whether it's for utilities now or infrastructure, bicycle, or pedestrian. But I don't have the answer that I've been able to find.
That's all I want to know. You don't have the answer. Okay, that's helpful. So as we look at other parts of the research park, do we see any other 50-foot setbacks in any other particular area?
Yeah, there are special setbacks throughout the city, and there are other special setbacks within the research park, and I'd have to pull up a map to find that.
And again, not really sure why.
Right, I've not been able to find that out.
Okay, good. All right, so come back to another aspect of this. Even though my colleague here says he has trouble with the word, I want to ask the applicant, what in this case would a gateway mean?
Gateway. So I'm using that.
Gateway turns out to be, not.
I'm using that term essentially to indicate that this is the front door of the research park off of El Camino. That Hanson Way and virtually all of the streets that travel through the research park are these sort of meandering, wide, well-landscaped roadways, and we sit right at the corner of that as this tiny little parcel. And I think, maybe to add a little bit of information to the answer that Jonathan gave, on this printout here from the city's zoning map, you can see the green lines that are traveling around all the roads here. Throughout the entire research park, there's a 50-foot special setback that's essentially just been ridden everywhere across the research park. It's sort of blanketed by that. And the condition that we're describing is that we think it just got struck across our site too, because they were just kind of doing everything. But our site can't tolerate it. And that's what we're here to talk about, is that it's this, it's this
Okay, your argument is this isn't part of the research park, and it's not part of the 50-foot that was established. So you see this as a gateway because it is
the doorway to the research park
and a place for those who are visiting the park or there for a short period of time to stay, and it will be
this is
elegant and so forth.
Yeah, it's this great center of technology and development and research and all sorts of things that are occurring up inside there. And we get travelers from all over the world coming to Palo Alto in order to visit those businesses. We've got a hotel opportunity right here at the corner of that's walkable distance to all of those. And it just seems like such a great opportunity to put more rooms right where we need them, right where the demand is, so that we can have people walking to their meetings instead of getting in cars or Ubers or other things and driving.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. A few questions. Variance findings. So looking at number 2, the variance findings, it's like the granting of the application shall not affect substantial compliance with the regulations or constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations of other properties in the vicinity in the same zoning district as the subject property. So substantial compliance, this is a 50-foot setback that an applicant is looking to intrude upon. It's a 50-foot setback, so to give a variance into that or to eliminate it, wouldn't that be a substantial non-compliance? So I guess I'm looking at the findings that would have to be made to grant a variance. That's finding number 2. So while you're looking at that, let me go to a couple of 3 other points. Points and they're partially questions too. We get a lot of comments from the public about new development. And while the applicant says they're not here to talk about floor area ratio, I don't know how a council can make comments on, even if we could make the findings, and not sure if we can or not at this moment, but I don't know how we can consider a variance without some discussion about floor area ratio. A hotel overlay is an up to, like any other zoning. It's an up to 2.0. So the comments we get back from the public are, that buildings create walls at the sidewalk, that buildings are incompatible. You hear that from the council some too, because you might have 4 stories right next to something that's 1 or 2 stories, lacking transition. So I don't know how we could have a discussion about a variance accommodation, let's call it for the moment, to some extent or other without also considering and commenting about what a hotel might be or any project might be. So I had a conversation earlier with legal department, and I'm not advocating this, but I just want to put it on the table, that should the council be interested in some aspect of a variance, and I would suppose what's on the table for our consideration is not just eliminating the 50-foot setback, but saying, okay, maybe it could be relaxed to a 40-foot setback, and I'm just making up a number here. Or maybe it's 20-foot setback at some points, but only no more than 25% of the Hanson frontage. So I'm just putting these things out there for consideration. I'm not suggesting these. The other thing is the presentation talked about the hotel being 70 years old and it's an outdated structure and be replaced with a green building. I really am, and I could use stronger words here, but I'm pretty tired of us just redeveloping everything as opposed to adaptive reuse. It's not green to just tear down everything and build new. It doesn't consider what the material manufacture, transport, and energy that it takes to build new buildings. And it's not very creative in my way of thinking. The other thing that I wanted to just put out there is, and this goes back to the findings and being able to make the findings. The property is, depending on which site square footage you use, and with the current development, it's currently at approximately a 0.63 FAR, and it's hard to understand how a hardship is being imposed on an applicant when 0.63 FAR is already greater than the 0.4 FAR of non-residential use that would be allowed on the parcel otherwise. So I guess I'm not sure how we'd be imposing a hardship if we retained the variance or didn't grant a variance. The other comment I guess I would say is just comments from the public that we hear a lot is that new development's just unsympathetic to adjacent developments. And that's something we also hear back from the community a lot. So while the applicant doesn't want to talk about FAR, I think any potential accommodation of a variance or some aspect of a variance needs to keep in mind, the developer would need to keep in mind that sympathetic relationship that should be brought forward in relation to the other developments. And I went out there today just to remind myself of what's adjacent. The adjacent developments are 1- and 2-story, and except for the property that is immediately behind, which I understand from either staff or the applicant is a 36-foot setback, everything else has really large setbacks. It is in the 50-foot setback, this parcel was. I can't imagine that it was an accident that the city council, when this 50-foot setback was applied, I can't imagine it was an accident and not a conscious decision to continue this as part of a thoroughfare or a boulevard to have also that 50-foot setback. The development was already there, so it seems like if there wasn't an intention to have a landscape buffer of this 50-foot setback at the time, they would have taken this parcel out of that consideration. So I put those comments forth, and I'll stop there.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thank you. I guess the first thing is that it doesn't seem to make sense to have this 50-foot setback. I guess I'm still waiting for why shouldn't, and that's one of the options you give us, but from a policy perspective, why wouldn't we just get rid of the 50-foot setback along Hanson Way? I mean, is there any, if this came before us today, should we be imposing a 50-foot setback here or not? And what are the policy discussions around this?
Right. Well, I think that's why we're here, is because we do believe, as it was mentioned, that we have these special setbacks throughout the research park and elsewhere, and I agree that it probably wasn't by accident that they were established, but there is no record that I've been able to uncover as to why. So that is the essence of why we are here, is to evaluate for this particular property, which does seem to be perhaps maybe a little bit of an outlier to, you've got the RP zone across the street and you've got the CS zoning across El Camino. Does it make sense at this particular property to have that 50-foot wide setback? If we are interested in landscaping, maybe there's ways to achieve that without a 50-foot setback. If we're interested in road widening, I think that's a different conversation, but that's not a part of our CIP, and we're not having conversations about road widening. We're actually
also in our comprehensive plan, it says we don't widen the roads, if I recall.
Right. So
it would be inconsistent with our comprehensive plan to be widening the roads for 50 foot, especially along Hanson Way. I mean, it sort of goes against everything in smart planning these days.
Right. So there's this. So for whatever the reason was in 1959 when the special setback was established, does that align with today's perspective about what we want to do with our roadways? And it may not just be road widening. I mean, again, there could be areas of, I don't know how feasible these are, but there might be some utility needs, there may be some shuttle needs.
Yeah, but I think you're just speculating now, right?
Totally.
We got a particular site, a particular road, and if you came to us as staff, and that was sort of my criticism of the staff report, and I understand why, but it doesn't really say, okay, on this road a 50-foot setback doesn't make sense, or on this road a 50-foot setback might because we're looking at putting a bike lane right there. I don't see us putting a bike lane right there. I don't think anyone's ever talked about putting a bike lane there. I don't think we have any need for utility easements. I don't see any of that being identified. So I guess, what you've asked us to do is two things. You've asked us to either say, under no circumstances would we grant a variance on this, guys, go home. Or you've asked us to say we could grant a variance, or you've asked us to look at the broader picture and say, should we get rid of the 50-foot setback? Is it just on this property or along Hanson Way? And I understood it to be along Hanson Way, but maybe I'm wrong.
So our focus is just the property.
Right.
Not all of Hanson Way.
So it's just the property. So
that's correct.
So we could actually we could do a zoning ordinance to just get rid of it on this property, right? As opposed to doing a variance.
That would be an option.
And that would be an option. What's the difference in staff's view of what difference does it make if we go either way on that?
Either way being the property or all of Hanson Way?
Well, no, the property in terms of doing a variance, or in terms of doing a zoning amendment.
Great. So exactly why we're here. So we've got the discretionary action or process that Councilmember Holman was just articulating some of the findings. If the council, with the limited amount of information that you have about the project now and the site characteristics, if instinctively you thought, gosh, there's no way we could support a variance on this because it's not passing finding 2 or finding 3, that's information for us. But if you were still interested in allowing for an encroachment into the setback, the legislative path would provide you a little more flexibility to do that.
I think the legislative path is clearly cleaner. Otherwise you get stuck on, if we were looking at this today, I have a hard time believing that any of us would vote to put a 50-foot setback on this property if we were starting with a clean slate and being asked to do that. And so I haven't heard any reason of why you would want a 50-foot setback on this property. And so therefore, and if we basically try to shoehorn, and I'm going to quote Councilmember Filseth, who once said, if we don't like the rule, we should just change the rule, as opposed to going to try and shoehorn in a variance. So, and I think in general that's probably right. So I guess I would lean towards doing the zoning amendment and having a thoughtful policy discussion about what the setback should be, rather than trying to, make a variance work and say, well, we're going to give you a variance of X number of feet for whatever reason. The setback should be whatever staff thinks the right policy, and should make a recommendation to council about what an appropriate setback would be, given if you started with a blank slate. I think that's where I'd come out on this. I think it's a lot easier than trying to say, let's do a variance and let's try and meet these and let's try and shoehorn it in because it doesn't make sense. I was a little curious on the broader question, though, of why do we need a 50-foot setback on all of Hanson Way? Is there good sound reasons to have a 50, or should we just get rid of the 50-foot setback all along Hanson Way? And should staff propose a setback that makes more sense? 50 feet seems really long, and are we moving towards wanting these big landscaped? That sort of goes against some of our green thinks about how we're thinking about these things these days. It's a very suburban research park feel, and I'm not sure that's where we are these days.
Right. So I would agree that that's a policy conversation that's worth having about special setbacks. We're for all the points that you stated and Councilmember Wolbach earlier, it would be helpful to us to understand what is our interest in these special setbacks today with this new mindset of not only sustainability but mobility and what we want to see in these areas. That's a much broader conversation, and again, we're just kind of focused in on the specific application.
But we don't have to be. If we're talking about a zoning amendment, we can talk about, and I think there's 3 ways to approach it. One, we could say to ourselves, we're just going to do a variance, and I think that would probably be the wrong way to go. Or we could say we're going to do a zoning amendment for this property in particular and limit it to that. Or we could say, since we're doing a zoning amendment, we could do a zoning amendment all the way along Hanson Way and just limit it to that for now. It's a broader thing. I mean, I'm not saying necessarily, but I mean, it doesn't seem like it's that big a road as it goes through there. And, you know, I think that would at least put it in context for the whole, I mean, for the whole thing. Maybe there are reasons why you'd want it in the rest of that, and then you'd limit it to that. But it seems to me that there's some reasons to look at a broader policy perspective here, at least on the site.
May I just add a same sort of drift, but a little bit of a different sort of take also. So actually, in listening to you, Mr. Vice Mayor, you did subsequently answer a number of the questions that you were asking. You know, I mean, the idea about what's the reason for the 50-foot setback, and as best as we could look at it, it seemed embedded in an older suburban research park mindset, and that could make sense as a default sort of thing. This was one of the applications that I actually sat down with the planning director and heard from the applicant also, and you know, we were having difficulties with the fact that the 50-foot setback was there for all the reasons that Jonathan was just talking about, not being able to really identify the utility of it. But that being said, you know, I don't think that, you know, I think that if the council is interested in sort of taking a holistic kind of systems look at these sort of things, that makes sense. On the other hand, I think if you were not able to do that, a case could be made where this lot on the corner is distinctive. I mean, the fact that it really can't be effectively redeveloped given its size and its shape with the existing setback, and it's definitely, regardless of one's view about architecture or anything, which I think Mr. Pop indicated are discussions down the line, in need of redevelopment at that location. The fact we did feel that the fact that the 50-foot setback had already been broken on the lot immediately adjacent to the south, in a sense, sort of isolated this lot from the whole rest of the street, and so that a case could be made that on that particular corner, a variance or a particular zoning amendment, you know, could make sense if we weren't in a position to be able to make the bigger decision for the long term about what the whole setback ought to be along the way.
No, I think that's a really good point you make, that that the setback has already been broken in 1983, and therefore this property sort of becomes an island unto itself, and therefore meets those variance criteria.
And I would add to that, though, we wouldn't make the same case on the property to the south of the lot that's already broken it, because you're talking about, you know, not in the case of this lot, it's a tiny landlocked piece between the existing thing and El Camino Real. So, you know, I don't think that we would automatically just make that same case if you had the lot just there to the south. That said, the larger discussion about what the appropriate setback is a sensible conversation also.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor, could I ask a procedural question first?
Okay.
Is it possible, please, as I look to the Assistant Director here, for the public to be informed, the council be informed of what the communication was between the applicant and the Assistant Director? It'd be great to have all that in public record.
So, Mayor? So Mr. Pop was informing me that there is a setback of 100 feet on Hanson Way, and that the 50-foot special setback doesn't really impact development of those properties on Hanson Way.
I'm not quite following that.
The development so there's a special setback that we're talking about, which doesn't allow any encroachments into the above or below grade, but there is a development standard, which is a setback requirement of the building to the property line, and the zoning code standard for that is 100 feet. So that no building can encroach to within 100 feet of the property line. That's above and beyond the special setback.
Thank you, that's helpful to know.
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, let me talk a little bit about setbacks. Who would vote for a 50-foot setback today? You know, it's quite dramatic if you drive around the block. Hanson, Page Mill, El Camino. It is very striking, the setbacks all the way around that block. It is an important city transition between the city and the research park. And by having those setbacks around the street, especially along Hanson, it creates what has been suburban research parks with greenery and pleasantry. There are a lot of very innovative companies on that block that have done well. When you get to the corner of El Camino and Page Mill, there are two of the tallest buildings in Palo Alto Square. Now, they have been accepted in the city, and one reason is these substantial setbacks of those buildings, that they leave space and openness on that very important intersection. So, playing around with the notion, why are there setbacks here? As a transition from the city into the research park, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I think those setbacks of the two Palo Alto Square buildings are extremely important for the aesthetic and visual impacts they have. Now, what's being proposed on this site is a 50-foot building of 4 stories, which is near the street, very close to the street. So if you would look then across from the east side of El Camino, what you begin to see are the 2 big blocks of Palo Alto Square, and now another solid square on the Hanson side of the street. All of a sudden, visually, the Palo Alto side begins to change. So that's an important issue. And is this, this is the only Palo Alto site. It's a very small site that's in with the zoning restrictions of Palo Alto that we have some impact on. So it's very important how we deal with this and what statement we want to make. Now let me bring up a couple other issues. Traffic. We all know that traffic is on the minds of the Palo Alto citizens, residents, and voters. It's been the most prevalent issue during the last 3 annual citizen survey, and traffic is getting worse. What we're talking about here is by giving up the exception, we are doubling or tripling the size of the activity in that building on the Palo Alto thing. What does this mean to traffic? We've got to take that into account. We also are committing, by building the exception and putting more activity there, we are committing to Palo Alto as a commuter center and point of transiency. Moving through, we are not investing in the community. Who's investing in community in that particular place? Well, look at Stanford. Over the last year, Stanford has put substantial housing on California Avenue near College Terrace. They're building now along El Camino, just to the north of Page Mill. They are transforming Escondido Village, putting in housing. They are showing to us, the importance of community, of keeping a community. So, question is, what can be done with this site under CS zoning? It allows mixed use. Maybe we should be talking about housing. And if you want to give exemptions or exceptions, maybe they should be on the housing side. One other question I would raise is right across the street is CPI. As I recall, a couple weeks ago, the council passed the notion of, gee, let's move these dangerous chemical from near people on Chamales Way northward. Moves it right to where the hotel is being built. So the question is, what are we doing on a health basis by encouraging CPI to move chemical activities which have some health impacts closer to what we say is going to be a big luxury hotel? So I think there are a number of questions about that site. It's an important one because it is the only site in that area that the city controls through their zoning and exceptions and 50-foot setbacks where they have some impact on this transition from the research park to the city.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I have a couple of questions. On this diagram of the existing and proposed, on the existing, it seems to show the property extending onto the sidewalk. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, I don't believe that it does extend into the...
If I may, I've studied the drawings pretty carefully, and the GIS system, the line is drawn inconsistently, but the surveys that we have of the site accurately reflect that the setback line, the property line is essentially back of sidewalk and does not extend over the way it is described in that little diagram. So the diagram is just not accurate.
Okay. Which is how you have it in the new diagram. Okay. And appreciate the owner coming here tonight and own the property for 30 years. I assume you're aware of the setback on the property? Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little kid when it was bought, but I take it my parents or my uncle and aunt probably knew. I don't know. They weren't sophisticated enough to research all of that back then, but I certainly didn't know.
Okay. Well, I was heartened to hear it wasn't a speculative purchase counting on kind of changing the setback.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. And then the last question, the Palo Alto guidelines say for El Camino that the entrance should be on El Camino?
It encourages a primary front entrance off of El Camino.
Okay. So I did drive by the hotel, and next to it is a house, which acts as the office for the fish market, and then there's the fish market, McDonald's. The area in CPI across the street is actually very green. There's a lot of trees there, grass that kind of hide the parking lot. And you have that kind of school setting for the front of CPI, because if the company failed, they were going to turn it into a school. So, and then the building behind it is actually pretty nice as well. There is that one building that extends into the setback, but the rest of them I think are further back. And then there's a bunch of fountains and pools, and it's very much kind of a campus setting back there. And so I agree with Councilmember Holman that there's a relationship between height and density and the setback, and so it's a little bit hard to comment on the setback in the absence of those other things. For myself, given the context there, I would not want to see a hard corner with the building as a gateway. I would really like to see some landscaping that maybe mirrors CPI across the street. I think a kind of green opening to the research park there would actually respect the context. And the research park really does have a lot of park-like settings. I mean, these 50-foot setbacks really does have a campus feel. And, I'd prefer to see us focus on this property and not talk about redesigning the research park. And I agree with Councilmember Schmid that the aesthetic of the research park is a good one. So my gut would be, I think we'd be open to some changing on the setback, but I'd really like to see kind of landscaping at the corner. Ideally, I'd like to see the entrance on El Camino, similar to some of the other new hotels, like at Arrasatero on El Camino. And then one other note that's kind of just a side note. I don't know if anybody's been on Hanson at rush hour, but at some point it would actually be good for the city, I think, to have Hanover, to have this street cut over to Hanover. It's full of cars, and they route through a parking lot. Essentially, the parking lot is effectively a street in the middle of the research park. So I'm not suggesting we widen the road. I don't know if that's why the setback was there, but actually having a road that connected those two would relieve traffic on Page Mill. Thanks.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, thank you very much. I think, similar to Councilmember Du Bois, I'm open to the idea of decreasing the 50-foot setback, whether that's by a variance or by a zoning amendment. I'm fairly ambivalent. I think Councilmember Scharf made some good comments as to why a zoning amendment would make more sense. I agree with 75% of what Councilmember Scharf or Vice Mayor Scharf said, but I really do think it's important just to look at this site for the main reason that doesn't seem to have been discussed much, which is that every other site on Hanson Way is hundreds of feet deep, and therefore it's a lot easier to have a large setback and not impact the usage of the parcel. And as has been mentioned numerous times, I mean, this site doesn't. It's long and narrow with the long side on Hanson, and so there's just not a lot that you can do. The suggestion was made, maybe renovate the site and don't rebuild it. But how big is it seems like about 60% of the parcel has a really short setback on Hanson Way right now. What is that? That might have been in our material somewhere and I skipped over it, but what's the setback right now for, about the 60% that includes the hotel? And that might, the one where you had the 50-foot setback covered in red, no, what currently exists, not what you want to build.
Oh, what is it today?
Yeah, what's there now?
Yeah, so this is what the existing parcel looks like today.
And so what is the setback for the area where the hotel is currently?
6 inches.
It's 6 inches
from the
on
property,
Hanson.
from the property line, 6 inches to 2 feet roughly. The entire wing of the building that's at the lower portion,
yeah,
and half of it going up is non-conforming. That building sits on the special setback currently.
And the setback is from Hanson is 6 inches.
Yeah, it's a non-conforming structure because it was built long before the zoning was put in place.
So if you renovate it, we have practically zero setback.
We wouldn't be able to. I mean, to renovate that under the current regulations, you'd have to tear it down.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be impossible under current regulations to keep that portion of the building.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I mean, I respect Councilmember Holman's.
Thank you.
Thanks. And so yeah, and then it goes back to the question of what's the purpose of having the 50-foot setback? I don't know why the decision was made 40 or 50 years ago. It sounds like there aren't good enough minutes of the meetings, but it's also kind of irrelevant to me because situations and communities change. What's considered best practice changes, and I think we should be analyzing that question today under today's context of what we want there, and not necessarily the rationale behind it 50 years ago when the area looked very different. And so I see Councilmember Du Bois's point in the sense of there's nice landscaping along Hanson and some of these properties, but if you look at an aerial view on Google Maps, for the acres around there, it seems like more than 50% of that area is parking lots, which current thinking kind of says is probably the most inefficient use for land these days, especially if you can build it underneath a building. I'm sure this is totally empty, 16 out of the 24 hours a day. So, I agree that aesthetically we don't want to make it seem like there's a building right up against the street, and I think that's something that the applicant should definitely take back and consider. But I don't think you need 50 feet of landscape, that might be using a lot of water to achieve that goal. So, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what other folks have said, but I definitely think that this is a unique parcel along Hanson. I totally disagree it's a gateway, but that's a whole different conversation we can have. But I do think, that it's an anomaly in comparison to the parcels around it, and I don't think a 50-foot setback necessarily makes sense on this corner.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, just briefly, maybe I can answer Councilmember Vern's question here. So, I went out this morning and looked at it and paced off the property. And so it looks to me like the existing hotel, the distance from the edge of the sidewalk to the outer wall of the hotel, which is, I think it's actually on the parking lot of the hotel, looks like about 12 feet right now. So it's really, really close out to the sidewalk. And if you look at the building next door, which I gather is a 36-foot setback. It actually looked like it was a lot less than that to me. It looked like it was about 18 or 20 feet back from the sidewalk, again, depending on where exactly the property line is. But then, as other people have mentioned, every other building all the way down Hanson on both sides has these huge setbacks, right? I mean, it's at least 60, 70 feet back, maybe more, with landscaping and greenery and so forth, and trees and so forth in front. So I think if you were looking at it from a perspective of compatibility and aesthetics and so forth, I think it'd be tough to make a case for a variance on this one based on that. The existing Hotel Palmani, it sticks way out, right? And it's real obvious when you're out there on the ground. What the new one would look like, TBD. But anyway, that's sort of the environment out there right now, right? Just in general, without since we're not this specific property, but in general, I think the city, we ought to try really hard to minimize the number of sort of variances and spot zonings we do in general for stuff for a number of reasons. One is that it takes a lot of staff time to assess and negotiate all these things, right? Especially if we set an expectation that all this is flexible. The second is these things don't exist in isolation. Each time we do one of these things, then it basically opens the door for the person that owns the property next door to come back and ask for the same thing. And in this case, it's actually, there is a little bit of that in this particular case, which is, the one next door violates the setback. Nobody remembers why or how it happened or anything like that that's there now. And that's one of the arguments for a variance that we've heard tonight here. And then finally, and again, this isn't the case in this case because the families own the property for decades and so forth. But land value is affected by zoning, and if we train people that our zoning is flexible, then we're kind of encouraging speculation, which I think is a lot of undesirable things around town. Again, not the case here because with this particular property. Okay, but just in general. Thanks.
Okay, first I want to get a clarification. We have this up here as to what the existing setback is from the leg of the building that is on Hanson. And can staff clarify that? I see we've got a copy here. Mr. Pop thought it was inches, but I think it looks like Councilmember Philseth is correct.
So,
yeah. You can loop back to me in a minute if you want to look at it more.
Okay. I mean, I can tell you that the right-of-way from the face of curb to the property line is 16 feet on Hanson.
From the curb to the...
From face of curb to the property line is about 16 feet.
From the curb to the property line.
So over the sidewalk.
Okay. Well, if you can look at... I mean, we have this, and it's right here.
Yeah, so I can break that down for you a little bit more. So the planting strip on Hanson is 9.5 feet. and then the sidewalk is 6 feet wide, and then the curb face is another half of a foot.
Okay, so from the edge of the sidewalk, the inboard edge of the sidewalk to the building, is that our current setback?
That's 9.5 feet. The property line is 9.5 feet from the edge of the sidewalk, the property line. So the city owns the sidewalk and that planting strip.
Oh.
Yeah. Then there's about a 6-inch setback from the property line. So about 10 feet from the edge of the sidewalk is where the building sits.
So they're talking about building to the edge of our planting strip, not to the edge of the sidewalk?
Correct.
Okay. It took a long time tonight for that to become
Yeah, I apologize
clear.
for that.
Okay.
It occurred to me too
All
in
right.
the conversation that needed to come out.
So one of the things is that I know that the applicant wanted us to consider this outside of the context of the actual building, but I can tell you I have two different reactions to if they were to want to build a 4-story right back to the setback line, to the edge of the property. That's different from whether they want even a significant intrusion into the current setback or a change of that setback. So I can't really answer that question as if we're going to look at this in isolation from the building. And I think it's unfortunate because that hurts our ability to give a meaningful response tonight. Second, we're looking at essentially either legislative action or a variance at some future date. And for me, those are both essentially discretionary actions. The variance has certain findings, but they're still both discretionary actions. My openness to allowing that is not only contingent on the mass and the scale of the building and its compatibility with the surroundings, but also with some of these other elements. There was a reference to a 21st century TDM program. Does staff know what that means? And so if there was a binding program, that would mean basically that there would be no net increase in trips from this expansion, I would be much more open to granting a setback which in effect would allow the building of something in between where it is now at 0.65 FAR and the 2.0 FAR maximum that is in our hotel overlay. Now, I want to get it re-emphasized that our FARs are not by right. They are within all of the other requirements of our zoning and our approval process. So whatever amount there is of that increase, I'm going to think of it differently if there's a program that is binding and measurable. That means that we wouldn't have any increase in car trips. I also, there was discussion about bikeways along El Camino. I didn't hear anything about Hanson. And one of the things that we have begun to have discussions that came up with our study session with Stanford in the Research Park is trying to transform what was designed as a suburban automobile-centric research park into one that is much more multimodal, including by bicycle. So Hanson has, I think, a painted bike lane currently, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'll just say that that would be an important element for me, is to assure that whatever we have here really helps build that contribute, I should say, long-term to improving that bike infrastructure in the research park. There was also a comment about whether these 50-foot setbacks are really against or supportive of kind of our values around landscaping and a green environment in the research park. And I don't know that the setback per se impacts that one way or the other. I think that our issues in the research park are once again that it's an outdated landscape design, and I'm really looking forward to us reforming the landscape requirements for the entire research park, which would include this parcel. And if this is a discretionary approval, this is also one of the elements, to the degree that they're going to have landscaping, which I suspect won't be a great deal if they get the hotel overlay zoning and can build it if they don't have a setback requirement. But I want to see us continue on a process of transforming the landscaping in the research park so that all of that passive landscaping over time becomes a return toward natural habitat, and that it's a transition zone to our open space, and that this should be a long-term goal, and it'll also move us toward more sustainable landscaping from a water consumption standpoint. And then I also there was a comment about Palo Alto Square and how it's been accepted in the community because of the big setbacks. I don't agree with that. First, Palo Alto Square and its height was one of the building sets that caused our 50-foot height limit to be adopted in the city. So the notion it's been accepted is kind of the opposite of what I consider to be accurate history. And when I look at whether it's Palo Alto Square or some of these other buildings, I do see that having big expanses of parking lots in front of buildings is not a great urban design. It doesn't welcome interaction with pedestrians. Neither does a solid wall on the sidewalk. So I think that we should not be in one extreme or the other. We need street interfaces that are attractive to both pedestrians and, for that matter, people who are moving along El Camino, that they're not in a tunnel, and neither are they facing just giant parking lots in front of buildings. So I'm trying to figure out now, given that I think a number of us have a concern about looking at this setback in isolation from the building, how do we give meaningful guidance? We certainly have had that input, but we don't have another check-in point that is necessarily identified. Would this project come back for a more substantial pre-screening based on certain feedback here, or how would we proceed off of what you've heard tonight?
So I think there's some options available to the council. I think that the comments that the applicant has received has been a little bit more favorable than they received from staff in the first place about our receptiveness to encroachments into the special setback. And so I think what the applicant is hearing is that there is an opportunity at least to explore the possibility of encroachment into the special setback, but that it sounds like that is evaluation of that would be contingent upon how the rest of the project is designed, height and mass and the density and so forth. So one option is applicant receives this information, modifies the plans, and goes through the process, whether it's the variance or the legislative and through the ARB process. The other is, I believe that the council, if so interested, could continue the discussion and ask that the applicant come back with a proposal that is consistent with some of the comments that have been received, and then you could allow it to go forward through the review process. I would say it's up to you on how you want to proceed.
So I spoke last, and so I don't really have a sense of whether my colleagues concur with a couple of the things that I brought up. Probably top of the list is how important would it be for this project to have no net automobile trip impacts if we were to consider the setback, which basically enables the hotel overlay to be utilized. Is that, I don't know if people want to nod heads, is that not important or is that vitally important? To me, if we're going to ask them to come back, that's one of the elements that I think is substantial. So I don't see anybody.
You're saying no car trips.
Yeah, I'm saying that we're trying to move toward projects that are not going to exacerbate our traffic problem, and if we have discretion to allow or not allow a significant new development here, this is a mitigation, shall we say, that I think is important. Councilmember Berman?
So I agree with where you're going with that. The one question I have is, would it be possible to say, with the setback, what could they build, and then have that be the cap, essentially, the trip cap, and what would the impact of that be, and then say, well, that's the trip cap, and if we soften the setback or decrease the setback, whatever happens, you've got to stay at that kind of cap of what you could have built there. I don't know if...
Okay, I hear you. That's not my position, but that's fair to get that out there. Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, again, I think for me it's really the total package. I think it was a study session. They heard a lot of feedback on different points. For me it'd be a combination of, enforceable TDM, whatever setback you were asking for, what it looked like on the corner, where the entrance was. I think the whole package, and if you come back in a pre-screening, you can address those kind of holistically together.
Vice Mayor Scharf?
Yeah, for me too, it's the whole package, but I do lean as little trips as possible. I mean, I realize hotels, and I think you could get to that no new net trips, and I think that would be a real positive. You could come close to that. So, I mean, for me, it's not a hard, fast thing, but I think it's important.
Councilmember Niss?
Given that we just had an extensive report on the TDM at Stanford Research Park, I would think that if we worked together closely with them on how they would see this impact, that would probably persuade me the most. Because this is, knowing again, it's Uber's handy or taxis are handy, but there is some movement that's going to take place if somebody is there and they're staying at the hotel in order to be in the research park in some way.
They have a baseline of trips with no TDM program of their 36 rooms. So it's not no trips from the project, it's no net trips from the additional rooms. Okay. Councilmember Holman?
So I think you could tell from my earlier comments that I don't really see that we can make findings for a variance. And I wanted to see where other council members were. It sounds like there's maybe some interest in looking at a legislative change for this parcel. I'm a little lukewarm on that, but if that's where the majority of the council is, or granting some extent of intrusion into the setback, I guess what I would want to see if this were to come back is some massing models as well as the TDM. I do not want to be in a situation where we're looking at plans that are like on the city's website that went to the ARB, and then we're tying the hands of the ARB saying like, oh yeah, this is better. So I would say better dealing with massing models and something of that nature that address compatibility, transition, setbacks of third and fourth floors from my perspective that are consistent with the South El Camino design guidelines and the Grand Boulevard, a proposal that is sympathetic to its surroundings. And what I mean by that is not just, oh, well, this will be sympathetic to a building that's going to be built at some point in time across the street. No. That's how we get all 50-foot height buildings that are such a monotonous, boring streetscape, or cityscape, I should say, at the highlight. So, so those are my basic comments. And I also would be very interested in what could be accomplished. I think Councilmember Berman may have misunderstood. I'm not talking about remodeling the part that's in the setback. That would be increasing a nonconformity. I'd actually be interested in what they could do to remodel or enhance the existing development that is not nonconforming. to enhance the property as it currently is without encroaching into the 50-foot setback other than what it is. Again, that's much greener usually than redeveloping.
Councilmember Wolbach.
So I appreciate the comments I've heard from my colleagues. So I'll just make a couple quick comments now, kind of looping back as I started this. I just want to check, if we reduce the setback, that makes it easier to add a parking garage underneath, correct?
Yes, and I think that the council could take a above the ground and below the ground perspective on evaluating that so that you can ensure that there's a better efficiency of the parking
Right,
area.
because the current setback applies to any underground garage.
Yes.
Right, so you can't even build a garage underneath that setback area. So it's not just surface area that's prohibited, it's the underground. So, as much as, I'm as big a fan as anyone of TDM measures and reducing car trips, the parking is also a big issue. And so that's just something else that maybe makes me slightly more sympathetic to reducing the setback. I'm also less interested in a variance than in a legislative solution if we do change the special setback for that parcel or for the street as a whole. Yeah, I guess the fact that it is a very different shaped parcel than the ones around it is probably the best argument in favor of reducing the setback. Again, I'm not totally sold on that yet, but that's probably the strongest argument for me. So I'm still open to
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I support the comments which say let's take a look at the whole package and what it means, both trips and density and aesthetics of the setback.
So before hearing from the public, I want to ask one kind of follow-up process question, actually two related ones. First, if we were to do this as a legislative change action, would there be any ability for us to have this contingent on if we removed it from the 50-foot setback? Where would we have the ability to link project design favorable elements to it, as opposed to if it's under a variance and it would be potentially conditioned on project elements?
So you would still have the ARB findings and the ability to impose conditions on the project.
But the sort of conditions that we were talking about, would those be able to be made through the ARB findings?
So we're possibly, but I think that the variance and what the applicant is attempting to do versus what the council is expressing an interest in may have a perhaps more opportunity for us to impose some of those conditions. And I do think the next time, if the council does ask us to come back with this, appreciate the open-mindedness to consider the possibility of a variance. There's some nuance to the variance findings, and we're doing some comparisons to the properties in the RP zone, but really the variance is a comparison to the other properties in the CS zone. And there is a distinction, and I think that there may be a little more opportunity to perhaps consider the grounds for a variance if we were able to lay out some of that nuance a little bit more.
So the other thing that occurs to me is that we're looking at certain how this project under our 2.0 maximum FAR for a hotel overlay fits, and we're really talking about some things that perhaps should be part of that allowance for the high FAR or whatever FAR we have for a hotel overlay. We've had some discussion about whether that amount of FAR should be reduced on the hotel overlay, but I don't think it's just that issue. It's if we're giving what we've seen is the market is responding to, viewing that FAR to be a high allowance, and especially given the constraints we've placed on other office and commercial development, it becomes an even more attractive alternative for developers. We don't link anything currently to that FAR. We don't require the hotels to have state-of-the-art TDM programs nor whatever else we may want to link with that. Is there going to be an opportunity for the council to weigh in on the additional potential conditions or modifications to the hotel overlay zone? Where would that fit in our plan of legislative items going ahead?
So that would be, so this application that would be going through the process is not subject to the hotel overlay zone, and it's set forth in the code that you can go up to 2.0 with a hotel. The comments that you're making would be part of a larger policy direction to the planning staff to say, hey, this is something
right.
that's...
So I'm asking, is there anywhere within our planning schedule at which we could address any modifications that we may want to make to the hotel overlay zone?
I would say that would be considered in the context of the other work that we have, and I believe that there may be a future conversation about the department's priority projects, but certainly if the council directed it, that would be the path we'd have. The question is, what are we not doing to do that?
Well, you have a bunch of other zoning updates that are in the second bucket. Is that bucket limited to what you've already identified, or could this be part of that?
So the planning codes update, we'd hope that that would be an annual effort. We're finding that as part 2 is approaching the council shortly on the ARB findings, that perhaps that may have been a little bit too ambitious, but that certainly is an avenue that exists. My only comment on that is it's not limited by number, but it is limited by complication. And so the larger the policy effort, then the less resources we can add to it.
So we might be able to prioritize within that bucket as opposed to thinking this as creating a new bucket.
Sure.
Okay, great. I think Councilmember Phil says the last. Councilmember Holman, you've spoken several times.
Well, just in general, I worry that we're sort of getting into the process of negotiating and designing a project here, and we're edging towards implicitly approving something, and I think it's premature to do that. I think in general we should favor policy solutions as opposed to one-off projects, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable with how this is going. Right? I guess I'd like to see the project too, but I worry we're getting ahead of ourselves. Thanks.
So let's hear from the members of the public. Our first speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Becky Sanders. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. Let me give you a little history on this area. The land is owned by Stanford, which means that Stanford restrictions on land use and development apply. Stanford Board of Trustees first established land use and development requirements for all Stanford-owned land, the campus and what eventually became the research park in the early 1950s. Now, I've been looking through my files on Stanford land use. I've got 2 file drawers to go through, so it's been quite a trudge, and I still have some more looking to do. I did find references where the Board of Trustees wanted to limit FAR and height, didn't want to exceed what's allowed by the zoning. They did accept the CS zone as being consistent. In 1975, they sent a letter to the Planning Commission, September of 75, discussing the comprehensive plan, which was under discussion at the time. And one of the things they said was that we trust the city will be prudent in its encouragement of bold, imaginative, and whimsical approaches in any improvements on El Camino. So they're concerned about the type of development that, which go into El Camino. Then when they talked about development in general on Stanford-owned land, they had a couple of statements which have not been adhered to. One of them was, Stanford wants to be involved. The Board of Trustees said they want to know what's going in on Stanford-owned land. So to answer Councilmember Holman's question of why we have a 36-foot setback on Hanson instead of 50 feet, nobody talked to Stanford. I'm willing to bet the 50-foot setback was established by the Board of Directors the Board of Trustees in the early 1950s, Stanford-wide. In terms of what goes on in the commercial areas, the terms of leases on Stanford lands shall not exceed 51 years, except for unusual cases in which a longer lease would be allowed. Do they have a lease with Stanford, or has the 51 years expired? I don't know. Commercial, retail, or service uses shall be limited to those areas already developed for such purposes, to such locations as what may be required. And administrative, professional, research, and industrial shall emphasize functions and activities which are related to and enhance the academic purposes of the university. Does this comply with that? I don't know. But I think that Stanford, where are you? They're not in the room. Stanford land, they own it. They should be involved in what's developed on it.
Thank you. Becky Saunders, to be followed by Jeff Lewinsky.
Good evening. Thank you for your service, City Council members. We elected you to look out for our interests, and I love this very vital discussion you're having this evening. Okay, so yesterday, members of the Ventura Neighborhood Association met, and Carolyn Rhodes is here to represent. She's here to show her support, but she's not speaking tonight. Carolyn, will you wave, please? There she is. Thank you, Carolyn, for coming. So we had a lively discussion, and here are some points. Will this set a precedent for the erosion of the 50-foot setback for all of Stanford Research Park? If this is allowed, future developers will point to this as a precedent. For us, it is a slippery slope. Why should some businesses be accorded special treatment? With all due respect to the Parmani family, I totally get their point of view, and they seem like wonderful people. But still, it's a slippery slope. Traffic intrusion into Ventura. An enlarged hotel, I don't know why they need so much more parking. They need 2 levels of parking, but they are going to have no more net trips. So I'm working on that one. An enlarged hotel will add more car traffic. Ventura is already subject to pass-through traffic from drivers and commuters who want to avoid the worst intersection in the city, Page Mill and El Camino. So we have more traffic from the hotel. That will mean more people who are commuting on El Camino. This is just our POV. Will be dipping into our roads to cut through and avoid that. And they are really not sensitive to our neighborhood safety and our values as they race through and run stop signs. And then why are exactly, and I really appreciate everybody saying, why are the only the ground floor and the 2 parking levels included? Because we clicked through to the Godzilla street view, and it just looked like a big monolith, and we found that very unappealing and unattractive. So also the collective impact of all the developments in the pipeline near El Camino and Page Mill, they're all going to make this intersection even worse. So Parmani is not a standalone. It has to be reviewed with regard to all the other things in the pipeline. Because, of course, we're concerned about residential quality of life and parking and driving intrusion impacts. And then, of course, across the street from the Parmani, we understand that there might be a residence in the pipeline as well. And so won't that be not in compliance with the height limit for within 150 feet of residential space? So our ask is that you just be very, do your due diligence. And I mean, if it were me, I would just say no. But I know it's important to compromise, and I do respect the value of compromise. So thank you so much for hearing me. And yeah, thanks so much. Okay.
Thank you. Jeff Lewinsky, to be followed by Doria Suma.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. In a nod to the previous study session, I want to thank the city for all the data that it puts up on its websites and such. If you go to the city website for this parcel, it tells you that it's 2,000 square feet smaller than the staff report. So it would be nice if the staff report agreed with the city's own open data about this project. I think openness would be really good in this process. As a number of you have mentioned, it's really hard to look at this project just as a layout on a map and not see the 4-story building that's going to be above it. When you do go look at the plans, it is pretty awesomely large. I agree with the points about you have to look at this from the Hanson perspective and from the research park perspective. And something that hasn't been brought up, I believe, is that the same 50-foot setback is not only on Hanson, but it's also, I believe, on Page Mill and on California Avenue all the way out to El Camino. So this is, if you change this rule, then you really should be looking at changing it all over the place, not just, for this one case, one project. And that goes to a deeper problem here, which is that a single project, maybe with a compelling situation, is becoming then, the catalyst for changing everything, which then undermines a lot. And to that, let me speak to the research park. As a person who's worked in the research park and, for heaven's sakes, actually commuted every day on Hanson, right through this whole project, the park, part of the important word there is park. It was wonderful to sit in the research park and look out a window and see a park-like environment. And whether that converts from water-intensive grass to a more natural landscape, that's one issue. But to give all that up because some hotel wants to get some extra rooms in is insane. And I hope our city steps back from this precipice and says, no, we want to preserve the research park and its beauty and not give it up on this kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Doria Suma, to be followed by our final speaker, Herb Borak. Doria, okay. Herb Borak, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. This property is part of one of the early Stanford annexations, I believe, when Stanford was annexing and requesting rezoning for the area from Hanson Way down to California Avenue. And that time, I think there was just one property that they didn't own. And it was Stanford that requested the 50-foot buffer in what was then the OA, or open areas zoning, to provide separation and limit the impact to neighboring properties. And with the use permit, it was possible to use the zone for parking, for minor roads, and for other non-structural uses. And when Stanford's Vice President Alf Brandon was asked about a greenbelt or landscaping, he said that none of that open areas zoning on Stanford property was intended as a greenbelt. It's there as open land, but the university never agreed to landscape it. Well, things have changed over time. I guess that's now became the landscape zone. And so there's also the zoning that was granted, the commercial zoning of whether it is 300 feet back, 200 to 300 feet back from El Camino, which would then, against the, I guess the original, what was then the industrial park properties for Varian and Kodak. So this has been there for a long time, and I'm not sure why Stanford's not here. Either they know about it and they don't want to be here, or they weren't notified, which I would hope there'd always been a communication between planning staff in the city and planning staff at Stanford, so they'd each be aware of what's going on. And I did have some concern where it seemed to be an attempt to get either consensus or views. I don't see a pre-screening hearing to serve that purpose. If someone wants some collective agreement about something, then they file a real application and come through the normal process. This is to get your individual views in the pre-screening, which are not binding on anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes this item, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions, and we should note that we have changed what was formerly item number 8 and is now listed on the agenda at our places as item number 11A. That's the discussion of the recycle water programs and a amendment to a contract, and this was done to give the council opportunity to discuss this in the context of broader issues related to our water and water sustainability initiatives. So our next item is City Manager comments. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Did want to share that the city will be participating in an upcoming community meeting on Wednesday, April 20th, along with Santa Clara County Supervisor Joe Simidian and professional staff from partner agencies, including the Santa Clara County Roads and Airports Department, Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, Los Altos Hills, and Caltrans, to discuss bike safety and proposed interim bike improvements along Page Mill in the I-280 interchange area, April 20th. This area has been an ongoing safety concern, and of course last fall we had an unfortunate bike fatality along Page Mill. The meeting will start with an open house at 6 p.m., followed by a formal presentation at 6:30, and it will be held at the Los Altos Hills Town Hall Council Chambers, 26379 Fremont Road in Los Altos Hills. Telecommunications work that will impact downtown pedestrian traffic. Just a reminder, as I previously mentioned, crews from Crown Castle will be installing 19 wireless cell sites on light poles in downtown Palo Alto starting this week, which will have some impact on pedestrians and traffic patterns. The antennas will support wireless telecommunications and are specifically for the Verizon network. The new wireless sites will address problems including lost calls, slow data, and no signal. All the installations will be in the sidewalk areas with some potholing in the street, directional boring, and open trenching. Installation sites are located on street poles within city-owned sidewalks on side and adjacent streets to University Avenue. So for more information or the latest schedule, go to the Crown Castle webpage at crowncastle.com/project/Palo Alto, California. And then next is World Autism Day. Took place this past weekend, and the city participated in the 8th Annual World Autism Awareness Day on Saturday, April 2nd by lighting up the front of City Hall on the 8th floor with blue lights. I know the mayor had received a request from organizers to see what we could do this year, and we're happy to be able to join in organizations, autism organizations around the world, celebrate the day with unique fundraising and awareness-raising events, and around the globe using the hashtag LIUB, Light It Up Blue, to share their experience across social media. And we joined other organizations around the planet lighting up our little part of the world blue. So thank you for showing the photo. And lastly, don't always do this, but just thought it was distinctive. Palo Alto Police Lieutenant Zach Perrone recently completed a Master of Arts degree in Security Studies at the National Postgraduate School for Homeland Defense and Security, which is a very selective program from the fields of Homeland Security, Emergency Management, Law Enforcement, and Fire, Military, and Environmental Health. Zach is an 18-year veteran of the Palo Alto Police Department. He was born and raised in Palo Alto and received his BA from Stanford and is currently assigned as our department's public affairs manager. If you follow the department on Twitter, you know him well. During the online residence program, he collaborated with Homeland Security officials across the nation on some current policy, strategy, and organizational design challenges. And his thesis, Becoming More Than a Digital Bullhorn, Two-Way Engagement on Twitter for Law Enforcement, was nominated for the Outstanding Thesis Award. So we want to congratulate Zach for this and look forward to his continuing service on behalf of the City of Palo Alto. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Our next item is oral communications for items not otherwise on the agenda, and I have no speaker cards. So we'll move right forward. Thank you, public, for allowing us to make up for lost time. And our next item is approval of minutes from the March 21st, 2016 council meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Berman, second by Councilmember Schmidt, and I see no lights. Please vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. Our next item is the consent calendar, items 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Niss, second by Councilmember Berman. Please vote on the board. All right. So now we go to item 11A, formerly item number 8, which is, let me get the way that we have had it agendized. Staff recommends that the council approve an amendment, addendum number 1, which is attachment A to the report, to the recycled water supply agreement between the cities of Palo Alto and Mountain View. And we have a supplemental packet that was provided at places, which is for information only, but it covers the various, an overview of the initiatives currently being considered and pursued for alternative water supplies regionally and in Palo Alto. Welcome. Mr. Bobo, would you like to kick it off?
Thank you, Mayor. Phil Boble, Public Works, and I've got with me Karin North and Jamie Allen, also of our Public Works group. And if there's questions for utilities or involvement, Carla Daly from the Utilities Department is here. Yep, there she is. So we're going to move through this briskly, but we do have a brief presentation for you. So the first slide talks about the action item that's actually before you, which is an amendment, an addendum to our recycle water agreement with Mountain View. That's the thing you're actually asked to act on tonight. The rest of our slides are all going to deal with background information on our recycle water program and initiatives that are underway that you're going to see in the coming weeks. Since this is the first sort of in a series of action items that we're going to have on recycle water, it seemed to make sense to give you this now. Most of the other items will actually be on the consent calendar unless you sort of direct us otherwise. We'll gauge your interest tonight, but that's our sort of plan, is for tonight to be the prelude for you all on recycled water and related water reuse efforts that we're all doing, and then a number of these items would follow on consent. So first, what are we up to tonight? We have a basic agreement with the City of Mountain View for the sewage treatment plant, and often in the past we've referred to this as our basic agreement. There's 3 cities involved: Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Los Altos, and we call that our basic agreement, and then we have other partners, smaller partners with separate agreements. Tonight, though, we're not dealing with that basic agreement. We're dealing with a specialized agreement that we have with Mountain View on recycled water. And that originated because Mountain View is really our largest user and the only other user currently of recycled water other than Palo Alto. And because when we built the pipeline to Mountain View, we needed to have an agreement as to who pays for what and how does this whole thing work. So we've got this underlying agreement with Mountain View on recycled water. And tonight we're proposing to amend that. Mountain View requested an amendment, and it principally has to do with the first bullet on the slide, namely the extension to 2060. Sounds like a long time away, but if you're spending millions of dollars as Mountain View is, they want some assurance that this is going to be a continued ability on their part to have this water. So the current basic agreement with Mountain View goes through 2035, and if you accept this amendment tonight, we'll be bringing you a companion amendment to the basic agreement, which will also extend it to 2035, and they have to operate together. One isn't. I'm sorry, what did I say? Okay, sorry. So the current agreement is 2035. Tonight's action takes the recycle water agreement to 2060, and we'll also then be bringing you a companion basic agreement modification to 2060. Sorry, I misstated that. So that's the first bullet. The second bullet, and we'll probably get into a discussion about this tonight, is related to the charges to Mountain View or any user for the water. And to date, because principally because the amount of use has been relatively low and the sort of hassle of charging for water, we've not charged Mountain View for the water. And we'll get into more detail on this. You can think of it in three parts. There could be a commodity charge, there could be an operation and maintenance charge, and there could be a capital charge for future projects. So we'll probably end up talking about all three of those. The plant was set up in such a way that the cost, the incremental cost of providing recycled water from the plant. Now again, this speaks from the wholesaler perspective of the plant. This isn't the retail cost of what Mountain View or Palo Alto might charge customers. But from a wholesale perspective, there actually was hardly any difference between achieving a level of water that we could discharge to the bay and achieving a level of quality that we could provide as recycled water. That incremental difference was extremely small. So to date, we've made the judgment that, frankly, it wasn't worth the time and energy to try to put a fine point on that and execute a sort of operation and maintenance cost. But we've always told Mountain View that's going to change because the amount of use is increasing, the costs are going to increase, just even the operation and maintenance costs are going to increase. So we'd better set ourselves up for a future where we have costs. So we've established a new principle in this agreement tonight, which is that Mountain View will in fact pay for the, let's think of it as the operation and maintenance costs of the water. And that would occur at least by 2020. It really means for us we need to get started on this right away and have studies. Maybe we'll do them internally, maybe we'll hire a consultant, but we've got to determine what that sort of equitable and expense-based cost will be for Mountain View, and it'll take us a while to do that. So the agreement tonight just sets up a situation where we'll be doing that in 2020. That's the second bullet. The next bullet, it relates to a different kind of cost, and that is, well, we've got this system, but actually parts of it are many years old now and are going to need capital replacement projects to keep our existing recycled water system going. So in tonight's agreement, we're also clarifying that when those replacement projects occur, they have to be paid for by the partners that are actually having a capacity allocation of recycled water, and it would be paid for in the ratio that their capacity allocations are. So what is that in practical terms? Well, right now, there's just two partners using the water, Palo Alto and Mountain View. And their capacity allocations are 1 million gallons for Palo Alto and 3 million gallons for Mountain View. So if we have to do a upgrade after 2035, this spells out how to do it. So if we have to do something before 2035, we'll have to work out a special agreement to do that unless it's a minor cost. And we can get into more detail on that if you like. But the situation to 2035 is covered in our basic agreement, and tonight's extension makes it clear, well, what happens after 2035. The last bullet, it just has us all continuing to work on salinity. You've all been involved in discussions about that. You know that one of the things that many people feel is limiting about our current recycled water quality is the salinity. And both Palo Alto and Mountain View continue to be committed, and this agreement amendment tonight just continues that commitment, makes it a little stronger, and puts it clearly in the agreement that we're all committed to taking measures in our own systems that reduce the amount of inflow of salty water into the system, basically, is what it boils down to. So, sorry about that long-winded slide, but I think we'll probably come back to some of that. Our next slide is the background now. So, two of you, at least, are getting more and more familiar with all the aspects of this because we have a Recycle Water Committee that has started up recently that Mayor Burt chairs and Councilmember Du Bois sits on for recycle water for what we are now calling the northwest portion of the county. Basically the service area of the sewage treatment plant, the 6 entities that comprise it. So we have this committee, and this slide sort of describes the new initiatives and the existing ones that we've been working on water reuse and recycle water. So I'm not going to go into each of these, but we are going to set you up for discussion about the one in the upper left-hand corner, which is us doing a new evaluation of reverse osmosis or a similar process that would further reduce salinity. We'll be bringing, that'll be the next action you'll see from us at a future council meeting, probably May 2nd, where we'll bring a contract to you for working on a new evaluation of reverse osmosis salinity reduction. We did that some years ago, but it needs to have a fresh look given the passage of time. So that's the first action you'll see. The second one that you'll see some weeks after that, probably a month or so after that, is a combination of all those purple bubbles. We're setting up a contract, setting up an RFP, be issuing it, and seeking proposals that encompass all 4 of those purple components. And I'm going to ask Karin, we didn't rehearse this too well, but I'm going to ask Karin to go into a little depth on some of these other components. I'll just summarize it quickly and then she'll come back to it. So the upper right-hand corner is the next steps on Palo Alto's potential next purple pipe distribution component, which is sort of to the Stanford Research Park, South Palo Alto area. On the right-hand side, halfway down, work on groundwater to determine whether it's feasible, desirable, a good idea to think in terms of ultimately having what some people are calling indirect potable reuse, which sort of boils down to either storing water or recharging our groundwater. Does that make sense? We need to study it before we can make a determination. And we are going to have to spend a significant amount of money here just even figuring that out. It's not an easy thing. And then the lower right-hand shape is us working with our other partners, not just Mountain View, but now East Palo Alto is probably the first one, maybe Los Altos Hills, Stanford, working with them again to determine whether recycled water is in their near-term future or not. And then in the middle, we bring all of these things that you see pictured together, more like a year from now, but it'll be part of the same contract, to update our 1992 master plan for recycled water, and we're calling that the strategic plan, just to differentiate it from our older, earlier thing. So a strategic plan for water recycling / reuse combined with stormwater and gray water and even black water. We'll put all this stuff together, all this kind of reuse stuff together. And you'll also notice we'll be feeding in segments from utilities potable water plan from the lower left-hand corner. So we're going to try to bring all these elements together and give you a strategic plan that hopefully will make sense to you. Okay, so that's my short little summary of what's in our future. 2 council actions beyond tonight. So, Karn, could you just walk us through a little more detail on this, and I'll kick you if it gets too much detail.
Sure, thanks, Phil. So what we're planning on bringing May 2nd will be the Advanced Water Purification Feasibility Study contract. It's already been negotiated with the consultant. We're ready to sign. We're just working out our contractual language, cost-sharing agreements with the Water District and Mountain View. So the Water District will be paying 80% of that, and Mountain View will be paying 10%, and the wastewater treatment plant will be funding 10% of that cost. It's around a $365,000 contract, so that will be coming back to you, anticipating May 2nd. And so basically we're trying to look at the sizing location of our advanced water purification feasibility study. Our goal is to get a total dissolved solids or salinity down to 450, which is in line with what they're doing at the purified water and recycled water in the Santa Clara, San Jose wastewater treatment plant. And that's just to improve our water quality, because if you remember when I was here in September, when we were discussing the environmental impact reports, a lot of the concerns was water quality and TDS. So we're trying to, our goal for the purple pipe, recycle water quality to get that down to 450 TDS. Yes.
Can I pause there a second?
Sure, absolutely.
Can you clarify that we're not talking about producing the recycled water at 450, but that would be a blended TDS, correct?
No, our goal is 450 plus or minus 50. Correct. It's produced, so we take the advanced purified water, if we put in an RO system, and then we blend it with our existing recycled water to get a TDS for recycled water quality purple pipeline to 450 plus or minus 50. So that's our goal. So it's looking at how do we improve our existing recycled water quality for our existing customers, and also for Mountain View is trying to get more customers online. And the most challenging part for them is the TDS, and also that's the concern for Stanford Research Park as well. So that's our goal. But it's a feasibility study, so it's not building, it's not construction, it's design. It's just looking at what is feasible, what are the alternatives available out there, how do we deal with brine disposal. So there's a lot of other things that go into just treating the water. And then, as you know, do you want to go on this slide? Okay. So as you can see, phase 1, we have already have recycled water at Greer Park and our golf course. Phase 2 is already built. That's down to Mountain View and to the Google Intuit area. And then we've been, as phase 3 was to get to Stanford Research Park. So we've only done the environmental documentation for phase 3. Part of the next RFP that was just released, the Recycled Water Strategic Plan and Groundwater Indirect Potable Reuse Studies, will include phase 3 business plan, looking at trying to get funding and looking at seeing if this does this make sense in a cost perspective. And that's part of that RFP. I'm the main contract manager for it, but the utilities folks will be in charge of those sections of phase 3 expansion. So these are some of the most, the planning the deliverables for the recycled water strategic planning effort. The RFP was just released last week, so we are on schedule at this point in time. We're not anticipating either to come to council either late June or after you guys come back from recess in August to get this contract approved. We are also still working on negotiating with the water district on how much they're going to fund. So there's a lot of negotiations going on right now. So at least we've released the RFP. We don't know how much exactly it's going to cost. We're anticipating maybe $1 to $1.5 million. And these are some of the items that we're anticipating, the major deliverables. So you can see the phase 3 recycled water, expansion of the business plan, the preliminary design, and the funding plan. So that was based on your recommendation in September. You wanted us to get an updated business plan, updated cost figures, so we're working on that. Also looking at the possibility of indirect potable reuse. So if we end up doing this advanced water purification system within Palo Alto, right now our feasibility studies currently look at the improving the recycled water quality for purple pipe, but we also want to look at, is there an option for indirect potable reuse within Palo Alto? So that's part of the study as well. So these are all things we just don't know, we don't have the information for. We're also looking at a conceptual groundwater model as well, and this is in partnership with the Water District, which is why we're hoping that they'll be funding a good portion of this RFP. And then updating this Northwest County groundwater study that also goes hand in hand with all the work we've been doing and discussions on whether or not there's linkage between the shallow aquifer and the deep aquifer and dewatering projects. So we're trying to answer some of those questions, but not all of them. This is really focused on indirect potable reuse for recycled water. And then obviously pulling all of that information together and keeping our public informed as we're moving forward on this. And then the most important thing is, can we fund this? Is there Prop 1 funding available? Is there federal funding available? SRF loans? So that will all be part of that. So it's a very large strategic plan. So this is also the Mountain View and Sunnyvale recycled water distribution expansion. Just so you know, that's also part of this recycled water strategic plan. As you know, Mountain View is one of our partner agencies. Do you want to take these, Phil?
Well, in the interest of time, let me just say that we've got some visuals here for what our neighbors are thinking about and proposing. But in the interest of time, and because it may not be something you want to focus on tonight, let us just say that discussions are underway with our neighbors to the south and our neighbors to the north about ways to connect the systems. And if there's questions about that, we can come back and show a series of maps that we have that'll make that clear. But not knowing what your appetite is to hear about that, I think, what is the next slide?
It's more maps.
More maps of Sunnyvale.
Could you just clarify what Sunnyvale's doing? Like, they're actually going to potable reuse, right? Which is part of the driver for.
So Sunnyvale is currently going through a major rehabilitation of their wastewater treatment plant, and their ultimate goal is to have everything go to indirect potable reuse. So I'm just going to flip to those slides so you get a sense of, so you can see Sunnyvale's existing purple pipeline system. They are looking for us to potentially feed that purple pipeline system because all of their water, if you see this other line going down here towards the Sunnyvale, it says Sunnyvale indirect potable reuse in the Apple campus, they're hoping their entire flow will go to indirect potable reuse. They're around 13 million gallons per day.
When you say indirect potable reuse, you just mean purifying it to reuse it, tap the toilet, right?
Purified water to be re-injected into the groundwater to then be pulled out to be used for
So it goes into the groundwater.
But they are looking at, and they're trying to work on regulations for, in the future, direct potable reuse, where they would be doing purified water, blending it with a treatment facility, and then eventually going back into your tap. Yes, that is their ultimate goal. But they are working on purifying the water and doing indirect potable reuse. So that whole plant of 13 million gallons per day, they will be producing around 8 because the rest will be going for RO concentrate. They need to dispose of that. So they are, all these existing purple pipe customers, they're hoping that our recycled water purple pipe quality will help feed their purple pipe customers.
So this relates to us because one of the goals that the Water District has had for some time is for the 3 sewage treatment plants south of the Dunbarton Bridge, ours, Sunnyvale, San Jose's, is that they all ultimately tie together for resiliency purposes and to get the water to where it can be used best. So Mountain View and Sunnyvale have actually had quite a few conversations about exactly how to tie the systems together from Mountain View, which is the south end of our system, to Sunnyvale. And we could get into more detail on that, but that's the short summary of it. What's the next slide, Karen?
It's just the more focused area.
All right. So
just showing how close we are.
Right.
And that's it for discussion. Oh, you want to answer?
And our agreement requires that Palo Alto Council approve any water transfer outside of the city of Mountain View and Palo Alto.
So let's stop there, and that's our background. Again, just to bring you back to the actual recommendation. The recommendation is just that first slide. Can you go back to that first slide, Karen? So the recommendation is to adopt this amendment which extends the agreement, the recycled water agreement with Mountain View, to 2060. That's the principal thing this agreement does. And we'll stop there.
Thank you. And before we go forward with council member questions, Molly, I just wanted to see if there's any legal framework that we need to be having as the context for this discussion around the Capistrano case, and if you could give us any input on that.
Yes, thank you. So the Capistrano case does include a passage on the recycled water program in that city, which is different, and a legal challenge that was brought to the way that jurisdiction decided to fund that project. And just let me say briefly that when non-lawyers sometimes don't realize that when you read a legal case, what lawyers do is take from the case an appreciation of what the judges decided that was specifically before them. And often that can't be generalized beyond that narrow point, and that can become a subject of debate between lawyers, how broadly or narrowly the decision can be interpreted. But in this particular case, Capistrano decided to take their recycled water program, which similar to ours, served, it was actually not online at the time that the case was brought, but the funding, the capital funding to build it, and it was going to serve some customers, not residential, and the funding was then spread across the rate base. And there was a challenge to that, saying that rate structure was not consistent with the California Constitution because the service wasn't immediately available, which is the language in the Constitution, and that it was not planned to be available at all to residential customers. And the court said no, it was fine for Capistrano to make that decision because the benefit of it, in a sense, was system-wide. So we know that particular type of choice is going to, at least as to that panel of the Court of Appeal, pass constitutional muster. It doesn't necessarily follow that funding mechanism is required. The court did not decide that. What the court decided is that the choice that jurisdiction made was constitutional. It's much more typical for recycled water or very specific types of projects like this to be funded in a way that more tightly links the particular recipients of the service to the costs, and that's what we've done. And it certainly is completely legitimate, and that court case did not suggest that there was any problem with the funding provisions that Palo Alto has entered into with Mountain View or what's proposed before you. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Councilmember Niss?
First of all, let me make sure I heard what I think I heard. Let me go way, way ahead and talk about potable water, which and the Vice Mayor has just made reference to the toilet, to the tap to toilet, and so forth, which according to people that I heard in Arizona last week at a conference, indicate that that's a term they're really trying to eradicate. And the new term is, and perhaps you can tell me exactly what it is, but it involves purification and so forth. What is the new term?
Well, most people are referring to the product as purified water, and then the ways of delivering it are first almost always indirect, meaning you go to the groundwater and the soil gives it an additional layer of treatment before it's pumped out again and used. So we call that indirect potable reuse. But the type of water is purified water. San Jose sort of invented that to distinguish it from old-fashioned recycled water, which is one less level of treatment.
Right. And there was a fair amount of discussion about this at that particular conference. The message that came from that conference is how precious water is, what a shortage there is, especially if you're meeting in Arizona and you have people there who are also from Nevada, where they really feel this and are far more, I think, they're far further ahead in their planning and their conservation efforts than we are. But as we look at this, primarily we're looking at the recycled water aspect of this. Would you agree? We're looking more at that and what our connection will be with Mountain View and so forth at this point. And obviously Mountain View is making a big investment and they want to make sure that they get that they get the water back that they have negotiated for. But I'm far more interested in how we're going to get to this long-term issue of supplying water, because mentioned at this conference was there were just 3 ways to get water back. One is to conserve, one is to recycle, and the last one is to use this new system of purification or however else we may characterize it. So within this, I'm hearing that, but I'm concerned that I'm not hearing a long-term plan for what we may drink in 10 or 20 or 30 years. So do you see that inherent in this, Phil, as well?
Yes, we see addressing that in this thing we're calling the strategic plan about a year from now, after we put these components together. We see addressing it, though, in a stepwise function. In other words, it's not kind of an either-or thing. Are we going to use recycled water for irrigation, or are we going to drink it? We're not seeing, we hope to not tee it up for you in that way, but rather as a stepwise series of actions that we would take. We're already reusing it for irrigation. Should we expand that? Should we treat it to a level that allows us to increase the quality of the recycled water, but also tees us up for producing purified water in the future? So what we hope to give you is a package of steps that make sense, that don't predetermine the outcome, but continue to have us move down a variety of paths so we can make choices in the future. Many of these won't be mutually exclusive. We'll do different things. We'll be reusing this recycled water. We may be recharging the groundwater. We'll undoubtedly be using stormwater in new ways. We may be using groundwater in new ways. And on site, we may be using gray water and even black water in new ways. So what we're going to try to give you is a sort of plan that shows us moving out on all those fronts, since none of us are smart enough to see, is there just one choice for us down the road, or are there multiple choices? We can't even answer that. We just want to keep all options open and keep doing the research. So when you ask us, well, are you looking into this or that? We don't have to say, no, we're not looking into that. We can say, in good conscience, we're exploring all of these, and we're going to bring you back a strategic plan that shows our activity on all those fronts.
Well, as someone said, regarding Hetch Hetchy, probably in the future we should just be drinking Hetch Hetchy and not watering our lawns with it, not bathing with it, because it really is so valuable. And I think at this point we haven't quite gotten to that stage of urgency. And it was of concern last week when it was announced that we were maybe getting toward the end of the drought, or at least we could cut back on our restrictions. And I think nothing changes people's habits quite as quickly as saying you don't really need to worry as much about it as you did last year. And I am, especially after 2 days in Arizona, I am even far more aware of that than I would have been before I went.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Niss, if I just might add something to this, and I apologize if I repeat.
As a former person working in Arizona.
Yes. Just to put the numbers on this, I mean, the action tonight is really to extend the term of this lease related to the provision of recycled water. But you are absolutely correct. Is this larger, longer-term conversation? And again, we're going to come back on May 2nd, I think, with a consent item for a contract for about $325,000 to engage in a sort of exploratory feasibility study on the purified water issue, which I'm presuming you'll talk about some more. But again, just to put things in perspective, I think even when I got here, we were generating close to 25 million gallons a day at the sewage treatment plant. My understanding is we're down to about 18 MGD, million gallons per day, because of the drought and other changes in our practices and behaviors. And even though in this, and we were using very little actual recycled water right now, so most of it is just being discharged into the bay. Even though in the terms of the base contract that we have with Mountain View, their share of that would be roughly 7 million gallons. The capacity of what can be delivered through this agreement and our capacity right now for Mountain View is about 3 million gallons per day, ultimately, out of this 18 million that we have. And again, my understanding is again, if I'm revisiting it with the council, we'll have future opportunities to revisit increases or changes in that number. So there's obviously a lot of flexibility post this decision on what to do with the remaining water that we are not treating to recycled standard, or certainly not yet treating to a purified water standard.
Well, I was left with that urgency, as I mentioned, after we left. And I appreciate those answers, and I appreciate you, Phil, being so on top of this.
So let me make sure that we're framing on this discussion, because we're now most of the way through the time allocation that we had for it. The action item that we have tonight is around this addendum to our recycled water supply agreement with Mountain View. And we have a lot of broader issues that I think we share interest in here. But I think what we're going to have to do tonight is focus any questions or comments around that specific issue. If any of the broad issues relate or affect our support for this addendum with Mountain View, then that's what we need to discuss tonight. And then we have to figure out when we would be able to have occasions to have broader, long-term discussions around this whole range of alternatives that Phil described and is in the informational report that we got. So we now actually have one speaker card. Why don't we go ahead and hear from Herb Borak, and then return to us and try to focus our conversation around the Mountain View contract for this meeting. We're going to have the desire to have broader discussions in the future.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I raised the question about pricing in my letter. Was as we go on and use more recycled water from the treatment plant, I think it becomes a question for two reasons. One, currently our share of the treatment plant costs are charged to our wastewater utility, which is collecting wastewater and bringing it to the treatment plant. But if we're treating that water so that it can then be recycled and used by what's essentially our water utility in Palo Alto, it may make more sense to be charging that share of the treatment cost to the water utility. The second question is what will happen if you're using the current way of calculating prices for recycled water versus potable water, and that is as customers are able to buy cheaper recycled water, the remaining customers of the potable water are going to have their prices going up because they have to be covering those larger fixed costs. And that's why I raised the question of what is the proper way to do it for Palo Alto, and that's political question as well as a legal question. And the related to that is also whether those receiving or the uses of that recycled water are the uses that are in addition. That is, those are the ones that are causing us to have a bigger demand for water use compared to, say, the low user of water in Palo Alto. So that could justify different rates, which would go just the opposite direction. As I understand the contract that's being amended, that we have an order from the regional Bay Area region for California Water Quality Control Board for 9 million gallons of recycled water that will cover 54 potential sites in Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Stanford, with Stanford campus being the biggest user, and that the cost of that project, Mountain View paid for the distribution costs because those pipes are within Mountain View. But of Mountain View getting 3 million gallons a day and us 1 million gallons a day, we paid for 1/3, 33%, and 33 1/3% of the transmission cost and 33% of the design cost. So it's a question of how those project costs go in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman?
Yes, I have a couple of questions specifically related to this, and then a couple of questions I probably don't need responses to tonight, but I want to make sure that we'll have an opportunity to discuss them. And I'm hoping at some point you'll respond to Mr. Borach's questions. So on the page 2 of the staff presentation, it says capacity share allocation established for capital replacement.
I'm sorry. So you're referring to the action item report, not the informational item?
I'm actually referring to the presentation.
Oh,
that
the
was
presentation.
Made,
Thank you.
Yeah, slide 2. So bullet number 3 is capacity share allocation establishment for capital replacement. And maybe this is just a clarification that needs to be for me and everybody else gets it. But I had been informed previously that we could not charge ratepayers for capital costs. So it looks like we are recovering capital costs, though. Is it because Mountain View is not a ratepayer to Palo Alto? Is that the distinction?
Well, I think you're on the right track. So the thing that confuses us is that you're being asked to wear two hats at different points in time. The sewage treatment plant is the water wholesaler here, and then Palo Alto could be a water retailer, Mountain View can be a water retailer. So the cost we're talking about here is a cost that Palo Alto, wearing its hat as the sewage treatment plant operator and the wholesaler of water, would charge its partners, Mountain View being one of those. So it's not a ratepayer thing that we're talking about in any of these bullets on that slide.
Okay, so it does indicate capital cost share.
Yes.
Okay.
Certain kind of capital costs, replacement capital costs. It's not general. We have to get into more detail if you want to. Replacement capital costs, replacing stuff that's already there.
It doesn't address expansion then.
This bullet doesn't address expansion.
Can we charge expansion capital costs to, let's just say, Mountain View?
Well, yes, we have to. Somebody has to pay it if we're going to spend it.
Just want to make sure on that. And then the other question that I have refers to probably, well, the conversation you had in part of the presentation on slide 3, and it had to do with the lower right-hand box there. And if we're going to have an opportunity to have discussion on this in the future without it being on consent, then I'm fine in getting the answers there. The questions are these. The phase 3 is Stanford Research Park. I've never really thought that that's probably the best use of any kind of money. That's because again, I was told that we can't charge ratepayers for the capital expansion, so we would have to pay for it and then just charge Stanford Research Park users for the water itself. So it seems like it's an awful lot of capital expenditure. So if that is accurate, I'd like to hear that, and if we can discuss it at a future point in time, not on consent, then I'm happy to get the response later. The other thing is, you mentioned East Palo Alto in reference to that lower right-hand box on slide 3, and I'm wondering why we don't primarily focus on East Palo Alto because of their very low water allocation that they have and where we can do actually the most good in terms of providing recycled water services. So again, if we're going to have a chance to discuss all of those in the future and something not be on consent, then I'm happy to get the responses then, if you can assure me of that.
Well, I think we are going to be able to discuss both those points later. The first point is actually in the upper left hand, so that's the upper right hand. So that's the Palo Alto potential expansion. And then the lower right hand is potential expansion to East Palo Alto and others. And you're absolutely right that the main driver for the expansion in East Palo Alto is their own need for water, no question about it.
Last point here is, again, future discussion is an update on what I'd understood last year, if not year before last, was that Stanford is looking at, for its research park and other lands, potentially putting in its own water recycling plant. So are we going to have a customer even if we get purple pipe there? So again, we can discuss it later if we're assured of having that opportunity to have that discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, just real briefly, 2060 is a long time, right? Do you see, what do you think the biggest risk to us in sort of entering into a contract like this is? And then, usually if you enter into a long-term contract to supply somebody something, then they make a reciprocal commitment of some kind to purchase a certain amount of stuff. And I'm not sure that's the right analogy here, but, can you just talk briefly about that?
Yeah, the principal reason that we don't see a downside to extending the agreement is that the basic agreement and the philosophy that that agreement was based on was that each of the sewage treatment plant partners is really entitled to the amount of water that they discharge into the system. It's really their water. So we're not, but it really is time independent, that entitlement that they have to their share of the water. So the thing that gets confusing is there's a number of ways of looking at this. You can look at the permitted amount of water, which our speaker was addressing. That doesn't have all that much relevance, frankly, anymore. And then there's the entitlement, the basic entitlement that I'm talking about, which in Mountain View's case is currently they're contributing about 7 MGD. So they would have an entitlement to that 7 MGD. Then you heard us talking about a 3 MGD number for Mountain View. That's because there's only a certain capacity that we currently have to deliver water. So there's a number of ways to looking at this, but when we're extending this base agreement, the actual effect of it is to just extend that almost philosophical understanding that, hey, everybody owns the water that they discharge to the sewage treatment plant, and they get it back if they want it. And that's a very fundamental principle that I think all of our partners are assuming and share, and we don't see any of them being willing to negotiate away from that.
So as long as we're actually in the water treatment business, then it should be no big deal. Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Scharf.
So thank you, Phil. I actually really like what you're saying. There's a couple things, though, that seem to be concerning me. The first seems to be just the overall big strategic plan here. Sunnyvale is saying, let's purify our water, and therefore we're not going to have any recycled water. But since we have our purple pipe already, we now need to buy recycled water from someone because we now are purifying our water. It would seem that as we go to 2060, Palo Alto is going to want to purify their own water. and we're not going to want to have recycled water. We're going to want to have purified water. And when I read this agreement, it stops that from occurring. That's what this agreement seems to do when I read it. When I read this agreement, it seems to do the opposite of what you say, which is we're going to have a strategic plan, we're going to then have lots of options, we're going to weigh the options, and we're going to have different paths we move down. This agreement seems to lock at least Mountain View in on this notion that they're going to take their 7 million gallons as we increase capacity, and that will be recycled water, and that will not be purified water, and they'll actually have an incentive to fight with us not to spend capital improvements to purify our water, that they'll want to keep it as recycled water. And in fact, when I read the agreement, it talks about recycled water all the time. And I think there's legal arguments that could be made, but I mean, I've just cursorily read this, where they could argue that recycled water is different than purified water, and therefore that is what the agreement says. It does not say purified water, and therefore capital improvements to purified water they may not have to pay for. That would be one concern. Another concern is what I heard you say is that they're going to pay for the operation and maintenance costs. When I read the actual agreement, it doesn't say that. It says water wholesale rate, page 183, packet page. It would be section 4.11, where it says, effective on July 1st, 2020, that continues, and this is the language, that continues to encourage the use of recycled water and ensures the remaining RWQCP partners to incur no incremental cost impact. The phrase continues to encourage the use of recycled water implies subsidy, implies that you're going to keep it cheaper, and therefore you do that. And that's different than operation and maintenance costs. And then it says, and incur no incremental impact from the production of recycled water. Those two seem to be almost a compromise language of two competing goals, which is Palo Alto's goal of, I assume, no incremental cost, which again is different than operation and maintenance costs, which is what you said. And so I don't think that this agreement here says what you stated. And I guess I just have those concerns that I don't see what you're saying to be reflected in the agreement. Response?
Well, I'm not sure I followed all of your problem with the current language, but part of what I was trying to convey was that we'd keep all options open and give you the strategic plan. That was wearing the hat of Palo Alto as a water retailer and all of the options that Palo Alto has there. Honestly, I don't think our city council is the decision maker with respect to Mountain View's water. So we weren't, I wouldn't say the same thing wearing the hat of the wholesaler. They're wearing the hat of the wholesaler. I think the truth is that each of the partners will be making the decisions as how to use their fraction of the water themselves. Palo Alto won't be making that decision for Mountain View. So maybe I misspoke earlier, but I was really speaking from the perspective of Palo Alto as the retailer on our options.
But what you've asked us to do tonight is to approve this agreement.
Right.
And my concern is that I haven't heard how this agreement limits our options in the future. And I've heard broad things about a strategic plan and that, but you're mixing stuff. If we're going to have a strategic plan, I'd like to know, okay, let's have a strategic plan. Shouldn't we sign this after we have the strategic plan? Shouldn't we understand our strategic plan and where we want to go? And one of the key facts that you've mentioned tonight, which I didn't see in the staff report, which underlies this whole thing, seems to be that Mountain View believes, and what you said is that you think that's the base agreement. The base agreement is not in the staff report, so I can't read it. That the base agreement says Mountain View 7 million gallons is Mountain View 7 million gallons. And that's a different framework from which to think about this, but I don't see that in the agreement either. And maybe that's in the base agreement.
It's in the base agreement, that's right.
And so I guess I'm trying to understand how the base agreement, without looking at the base agreement, it's hard to understand this in context, I guess is what I'm saying. And what you're asking me to do is to approve this without understanding the base agreement and without understanding how this limits us. I mean, if this agreement said Mountain View's water is Mountain View's water, and we all agreed on that, and they can go do what it was, but it's not going to affect us, and the way we distribute costs, therefore, Mountain View has to pay for whatever costs they use with their water, we pay with whatever costs we use with our water, and they have to pay the incremental costs of whatever it costs to produce this. But I don't think that's what this agreement says. I have no faith that that's what this agreement says. And, I mean, if someone wants to give me that faith and say, yes, that's what the agreement says, then maybe I can
This
vote for it.
agreement is very limited and very narrow, and it doesn't contain everything by a long shot. So the base agreement is where you find this entitlement that I'm talking about, where each partner is entitled to the water that they contribute. That's where you find that. We're not altering this with this agreement, this amendment, I mean.
I guess I'd have to ask the city attorney if after the questions I've raised, if years from now, like a year or two from now when we go through this process, if we're going to feel comfortable that we haven't limited our options on this and that we've reviewed it carefully enough, that we're comfortable with the terms recycled water, purified water, that we're comfortable with the cost allocations set forth in this will not be unfair to Palo Alto, and that we understand that the term continue to encourage the use of recycled water, what that phrase means, because to me it means subsidy. When we do things like that, we say we intend to subsidize the cost of recycled water, and how that plays in to these cost allocations and how that plays into the whole framework of this. Their water is their water and our water is our water, which doesn't seem to be said in this amendment, and it's supposed to be in the base agreement. Phil was saying is that they should pay the costs. He said, I wrote down the operation of the opening day. As well, it's saying that that's prices of the operation of maintenance costs. Water. We should officially keep the price lower to encourage the use of it, to subsidize it. And we should do the incremental cost, which implies that the base cost should not be calculated. At least that's what it was. I mean, I just think it's got draft.
Can I complement kind of the concern here and maybe frame it slightly differently with another question? One is what this means to continue to encourage the use of recycled water. And does that adequately address what Vice Mayor Scharf was talking about in whether it covers the operation and maintenance costs of that? The second broader question that I have to add is that we have, up until now, framed our cost of providing recycled water as the incremental cost above our wastewater treatment, which is pretty nominal cost above the wastewater treatment. And what we see in the future is the wastewater as a commodity in itself. And that we, at a certain point in time, will say, well, we had the amount of cost and treatment steps necessary to discharge it, which have always been thought of as an expense of dealing with wastewater. As soon as that water becomes reused, those same steps that could validly be treated as expense of treating wastewater become the first step in producing valuable purified water ultimately, or the recycled water, which is a little, I think it's better to, for the time being, call it non-potable recycled water, to clarify that. But there's a real valid question of whether the costs of treating water are actually the initial steps of the cost of producing valuable purified water eventually. And are we locking ourselves into providing at no cost or no additional charge, because they're already paying for their fair share of that first treatment step. So we give them back that water at that stage, and that's probably the valid argument. So my concern may be addressed in saying that each partner has paid for that first step and gets back the water at the cost that they paid their fair share, and the only remaining question is whether the cost of the operation and maintenance is there. So I just wanted to kind of toss out that.
Well, I think that's accurate, and Jamie's confident, and I'm sure he's right, that if it helps, we can strike out the part that says after on July 1, 2002, third line in that page, and then the rest of the sentence goes on, that continues to encourage the use of recycled water. I can see, now that I read that 3 or 4 times, how that may bother us, and I'm sure Mountain View would agree to crossing that out. So we can do that if it helps. But remember, there is another principle here that I've got to mention before we get too caught up in this idea that everybody pays exactly for their share. And that is, we're actually required by the state to have a recycled water program because it helps lower the discharge into San Francisco Bay and keep pollutants out of San Francisco Bay. They've never put a particularly fine point on, well, this recycled water program that you're required to do, how big does that have to be? Is that 5 MGD? Is it 3 MGD? So we're kind of dancing around in a world, but we've expended plant funds, which include all the partners, on getting us to the point where we are. Just like you said, Mayor Burt, we've treated it to a certain level, but that level gets us to the point where we can recycle it. And all the partners have paid for that. And all the partners have also paid additional costs in getting that pipeline to Mountain View. The plant as a whole kicked in. Why? Because it's a requirement on us to have a recycled water program.
So that was another question that I had, which is reminding us who paid for that purple line to Mountain View, and for that matter, the purple line, the more limited one that Palo Alto uses.
Well, mostly Mountain View paid for the one to Mountain View, but I have to point out that the plant kicked in approximately $1 million, as I recall, out of 17 million. And the reason, and we've always sort of done that type of activity to fulfill our requirement to have a recycled water program on the part of all the partners. And this is only going to grow in intensity because the next thing that's coming along are nutrient requirements for San Francisco Bay, reducing nitrogen and ultimately phosphorus that are discharged to the bay. And as those requirements get closer and closer to it, there's going to be more and more justification to have the partners pay for upgraded, because we're going to have to reduce.
So there is a whole thrust for reducing discharge, and at the same time, that is resulting in a new commodity with value. And that Councilmember Du Bois and I heard that Mountain View is already charging their commercial customers for the recycled water at 2/3 of the rate of the potable water. And that was news to me, interesting, because I've been kind of dwelling on why isn't anybody charging for the value? And they are to their commercial customers like Google and things.
Right, and that's very common for the retailer to charge for the water. And it's also very common to set that price at 2/3 of the value of your potable water to encourage its reuse, because most communities like us are being required to cut back their discharge to whatever water body they're in.
So Vice Mayor Sharp's question around, you've already had that one deletion. Do we have enough? That omitted some problematic language. Do we have enough the adequate language to talk about who pays for the operation and maintenance?
We think so. We think that starts at the bottom of that previous page in section 4.11, where it says, it names certain of these costs, including chemicals, energy use, increased consumption. So it ticks off a few, but not all. But it gives a sense that these are the operating costs. These are what we incur day to day, and that's what need to be shared going down the road.
Shall we let Councilmember Du Bois proceed while we kind of digest that, or?
So but let me just basically bring this to a sort of a head here. So, Phil, what I'm hearing you saying is that, this makes a lot of sense in the short term, and I don't disagree with you. Nutrient discharges, dealing with our current regulatory, but you're asking us to go out to 2060. And as Mayor Burt has said, this is going to be a valuable commodity. And I just want to know that this agreement in the context with the base agreement basically says that Mountain View's water is Mountain View's, and that our water is our water, and that we are going to separate out the costs in a way that makes fiscal sense to Palo Alto, frankly, and to Mountain View in a fair way.
I think we can say that.
Yes, I think you said it well.
But I'm concerned, Phil, that, look, I only have so much time to read this stuff, and I haven't heard from our city attorney to assure me that what I've said, and I know you want us to vote for this tonight, and I know that you will say that it's there, but I don't believe that you've actually read the agreements and have a sense of how they work legally. And so what I really want to hear is I want assurance from our city attorney that these agreements do what they say, and if they don't, then I want us to rewrite them and go back and look at them. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Burke. Vice Mayor Sharp. So the agreements are more general and cooperative in tone. This is an intergovernmental agreement with our partner and neighbor Mountain View, and don't necessarily address at a fine point all of these various contingencies. They weren't negotiated for that purpose. So I do think that it is an area where, if council wants some more specific language, I'm hopeful that we can enter into those discussions with Mountain View. I don't imagine they would have a concern with the direction that you would like to have some additional detail and language of assurance, and those would be some things that we could add into the agreement. What I'm hearing the staff say is that these principles are kind of undergirding the cooperative relationship. These documents are a part of that, but there's a lot of other history and the way that the things are applied and worked out at the staff level. If you'd like to see some of that made concrete and very specific in the agreement, then we can work on doing that.
Well, I think I would. But
So the basic agreement, just to remind you, though, includes Los Altos. So we get back into the basic agreement and try to change that, then it's a longer-term proposition as we involve two partners.
So I think that's a subsequent action that we could look at and take. As I understand it, though, I kind of want to get at, I even think a deeper question maybe that your Vice Mayor is asking, which is, at some point in the future, we're going to be producing purified water. And as I understand it, essentially, in the simplest of terms, what we do right now is we treat the sewage to a level that essentially is of what we'll call recycled quality, most of which we just discharge into the bay. And the purple pipe recycled system is basically to build the hardware and everything with some additional work to be able to distribute some of that outward for, rather than discharge into the bay, into other use. My understanding is that when we move to purification and we build a reverse osmosis plant or whatever, we're not going to skip over the steps that we're doing right now. We're going to continue to treat to the level we are, and then there is a secondary or subsequent treatment that goes to the purification process. So that means that, you know, whatever water we decide as a city that we want to take that suddenly is a very valuable commodity that we want to be able to deliver directly as purified, we're going to have the ability to take all of our capacity, if that's what we want to do in the future, and put it through that, put it to that grade or that stage. Mountain View have maybe made some investment decisions right now to use 3 MGD of their supply, their future supply, to deliver it as reclaimed water. My view is they could still be in a situation in the future that they might want to rethink that whole process themselves and saying, wait a minute, this is a valuable and scarce commodity ourselves. And even though we had a sunk cost and we're trying to recapture the cost of delivering it through this purple pipe, they could still even make the decision in the future to say, wait a minute, we want in on that 3 MGD, in addition to the fact that they have other water that is not at this stage yet that very well could be part of the purification process with us.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So first of all, I want to say I'm actually excited to be on the recycling committee, and I'm really looking forward to progress on the plan. So just jumping into the contract since that's what we're talking about. I had a mix of comments and questions on 4.1.1 that we've been talking about. Who will the wholesale rate apply to? I mean, right now it's only Mountain View, but does this amendment apply to everybody that's part of the recycled water plant?
This is just an agreement between Mountain View and us.
Okay, so if anybody else wants recycled water, they're not covered right now.
It's not clear in the basic agreement how that would work.
Okay, so would be likely to take these amendments to, say, East Palo Alto and say, this is what Mountain View signed up for? Did you sign the same kind of deal, or?
I think we'd work out something separately with East Palo Alto.
Okay, I was using them as an example, but Los Altos.
Anyone, I think well, Los Altos is different because they're part of the 3 agencies that make up the basic agreement. So it's a different agreement than we have with East Palo Alto.
Okay. And again, on these costs that we can include, it says direct staff. I mean, does that mean we can't include any overhead costs, or?
Oh, the cost of our own staff?
Yeah.
I don't know that have we talked to Mountain View about that?
But not overhead is what we're saying.
So Jamie's saying that any dedicated staffing is covered.
Right. So it kind of goes to the point I think the mayor was making earlier about, you know, as this becomes more valuable, are really accounting for all of our costs. So I have a concern there. How would 4.1.3 work? I mean, again, I understand it's kind of a friendly agreement. It basically says if one of us doesn't want to pay the capital costs, we're going to negotiate on water rates, basically, right?
If the capital costs were prohibitive, then one agency could say we don't want our allocation anymore, and the ones that do want it would have to pick up the cost of the capital repairs.
Right.
Because these could be very expensive capital replacement cost. So the agencies have the right to back out at that point of their share.
Okay, and we would still be processing their share, but they wouldn't be entitled to recycled water.
Correct. Let's say Palo Alto didn't want 1 million gallons a day, they wanted 500,000 gallons a day. Then their percentage of that project cost would change.
Right. So on 5.3, similar kind of mechanism. It says, you know, not unreasonably withholding funding. I'm curious. I think it would, again, because it's such a long agreement, that having some kind of mechanism to deal with failure to agree to how we would share costs would make sense. So if, similar to what you have in 4.13, in 5.3, it said we'll determine the cost for improvements. Mountain View will not unreasonably withhold approval. What happens if they do? Like, what if we decide we really want, the purified water, but they don't want to pay for it? Should we have the ability to basically adjust their allocation at that point? Or do you guys just feel like we have so much water that we're not going to run out of it by 2016?
I just have to back up and say this agreement was never intended to answer all the questions that you might want to have answered ultimately. If there are certain things that you want us to negotiate with Mountain View, it would be great to get those enumerated, and then we could go back and try to negotiate that. This agreement was prepared at their request to just extend that date out to 2060 of the basic entitlement. It wasn't intended to answer questions about purified water or things that might come up of that nature.
Well, to me, this is the primary area, just that, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement, but what happens if one party wants to push further than the other party? What happens to the allocation at that point? And I really think it's in this 5.3, 5.4. So again, just so I understand, under 5.4, it refers to people in different ways. So this refers to parties with contractual rights to recycled water. Would that be all the people in part of the joint plan, or is it just Mountain View? Like today, do the other cities have rights to recycled water that they're just not exercising?
The three basic partners would be entitled to the water that they contribute, according to the percentages they contribute.
Okay, just the three.
And then we'll have to explore the other ones to see exactly. It was never intended, the basic agreements were never intended to address these kinds of questions, but I'm sure one could read those and our attorneys could read them and draw some conclusions about that. But it was not intended to address that question.
Okay.
Jamie had something.
Mountain View and Los Altos had their own treatment plants that they retired, and they lost the capital value of that plant when they invested in our plant in 1972. So to acknowledge the fact that they lost the capital investment, they got the rights back to all the products created, the wastewater products, biosolids, whatever. And so that was put specifically into the basic agreement to acknowledge their loss of their capital infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. So there's this one clause here in 5.4 that, again, I just want to understand how you would see it working. So in the second paragraph there, it says, if a requesting agency wants more capacity than they're getting and the other parties aren't willing to pay their fair share, then the requesting agency will then own rights to the new supply being produced. So it seems to say you could own rights to more recycled water than you were contributing.
So where are you, 5.4?
5.4, second paragraph, that last sentence.
Talking about water rights and how it transfer water rights, is that what you're asking about in that question?
Well, so you're saying, let's use Mountain View. They're
Sure.
entitled to up to 8 million gallons. 7. And let's say they decided they wanted more and they were willing to fund it. Doesn't this say that they would then own the rights to the new supply? Or is it? Yeah. So they would own more than 7 at that point.
Well, isn't it controlled by that separate? This seems to be, if along the way to getting to your max, you were actually to take some actions that generated more supply than you thought, you're entitled to that, but you're not entitled to take Palo Alto's fair share supply.
Right. We'd have to have a new agreement about that, and if Palo Alto didn't want to agree to give up its rights, which it probably wouldn't, then it wouldn't agree to that expansion.
So ultimately, the thing I'm most worried about in this 5.4 is, we mentioned East Palo Alto's need for water. Do we think we'll get in a situation by 2060 where the amount of water that East Palo Alto wants would cut into our commitment to deliver Mountain View its allocation?
Well, like I say, the working assumption that we were making as staff is that this should be treated as though each of these partners were entitled to the water that they contribute. So we wouldn't propose to you to any agreement that would undermine East Palo Alto or any one of the partners' ability to use the amount that they had contributed. We wouldn't agree to that.
Right.
This agreement wasn't intended to make that clear, but that's, we wouldn't propose to you anything that was inconsistent with that underlying allocation methodology.
Right, but do we get in a situation where Mountain View wants lower quality irrigation water, even though we potentially have customers for higher use?
Councilmember Boyce, that wouldn't affect, what quality they want wouldn't affect the share that goes to each of the other member partners.
Right.
And that's, so
if we got into a situation where we saw a need and we wanted to be able to do that, we would not be able to do that.
we would not be able to take Mountain View's share and allocate it to East Palo Alto. If we wanted to take our share, that's within our discretion.
Right.
And so what I want to try and do is focus on this action that we have before us tonight, and whether with the language change that staff said that they could delete the one sentence at the top of packet page 183 that says that continues to encourage the use of recycled water. And does that language change give us adequate clarity on the agreement, or do we need to have staff return subsequently with additional information on the base agreement or any other clarifications that we're seeking?
A couple of other issues, and I don't know if the council members share my concern, but particularly in 5.3 and 5.4, do we need to be more specific in terms of what happens if one of the agencies doesn't want to make the investment in terms of their allocation?
Do you have a suggestion as to what we might offer if that an impasse is reached?
Yeah, I guess that, that basically their allocation would go down if they didn't want to share in the costs. Right. I mean, it's kind of what
I don't think we could get them to agree.
That's kind of what 4.1.3 says in a soft way. Just wonder if it should apply.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Well, why don't you hold just 1 second? What we need to decide really is whether we're going to go forward tonight on a motion on this, or we want staff to return.
So I want staff to return.
Okay. So that's, I think, the first question before us is, if we're not comfortable with the information before us, then we should re-agendize it and continue the discussion around the questions that have been raised tonight.
I'd make that motion.
Okay. Is that an acceptable motion, or you want an alternative? You have it for.
Vote against it.
Pardon me?
I will vote against it.
Okay. So we could go through it, but you have the right to make the first motion. We could go through that and see whether that prevails.
If Greg wants to make his motion, go ahead, but I can't support this coming back another night. I think we've discussed it extensively. It's been going on for a long time. I am very comfortable with where it is.
Okay.
And would move forward with that one change.
Okay. All right. If you're giving Vice Mayor Scharf the floor, then go ahead and make your motion.
So I'll make a motion that staff, having listened to our comments, goes through the agreements and comes back to us with changes to the agreement and with an
For another discussion another night?
And with an explanation of where we are and for our ability to then vote on it. and our ability to then vote on it.
I'd second.
May I make a clarify?
Yeah.
Our understanding in that would be that what we would be looking at would be restricted to this concept of the terms that we have in the agreement before us and just ensuring that we're protecting the city's interests.
That's correct.
We're not going to take on a bunch of other issues that need to be subsequent modifications to the overall agreement. Okay.
Correct.
And is it correct that we want to make sure that the base agreement is fully consistent with?
Yes.
Yeah, I was assuming that that was inherent in the comment.
Okay. Do we have other comments on the motion? Yeah,
I
Councilmember
second
Boyce seconded.
Just one last point, which actually echoes what Councilmember Sharp said earlier. I don't know if we have clarity that, so under 8.3, it doesn't mention additional uses of water like purified water. So again, this contract goes to 2060. It just seemed odd that it didn't talk about purified water at all. So I think it's a question like, does it need to be in there?
So I think that was just partly the city manager was getting at that issue, that's certainly an idea. There's a proposal that's coming before you to fund a feasibility study. It's very early in the planning stages. So I think what we would look to do there would be perhaps discuss with Mountain View, putting in a sentence that says nothing in this agreement shall restrict future planning on da, 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 da.
Right.
So we'll handle it in a way where we will not be trying, we cannot answer those questions in the context of bringing forward this limited term
No,
extension.
and I think the concern is to make sure that this doesn't restrict those options in some legal way that we haven't identified well enough.
We don't need a sword here. We just need a shield.
Right.
That's really what it comes down to.
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a note on the concern on page 2 of the presentation. You mentioned that costs for operations and maintenance costs are agreed upon, but the last bullet says continued salinity reduction efforts. Now, I've been working on that for 10 years, and it's not an easy problem. And the possibility of the two partners moving in different directions on that, as an example of a costly thing, where they say right now only 16% of recycled water is reused. Let's get that up to 50 or 100%. Let's invest in what's needed to get there. And Mountain View, who's building a major pipeline and a major development on the east side of Mountain View, dependent upon flows of water, is going to say, I'm going to spend whatever it takes. And what the Accord says, that under those conditions, they have the right to do it, and someone else can take over Palo Alto's agreed upon supply. So I can see in the wording potential conflicts between the partners that could be substantial, and it would be nice to have wording that could protect us in such cases.
Okay. All right. Please vote on the board. Oh,
I'm a no.
sorry.
I'd like to explain my no.
Okay. You have a light?
I did have a light, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It goes off,
it's not
it
coming
goes on and off, right.
Okay.
Yes, I had a light. No, I'm going to vote against this, and I certainly appreciate that that my colleagues have delved into this extensively. But let me ask Phil, how long have we had this arrangement with Mountain View?
Jamie, when was the first recycled water agreement with them? 2000?
This agreement is 2005, but we've been sending water to them since, I believe, 93, 91.
So I think it's a long-standing arrangement, and I think we probably could pick this apart tonight. I would have far rather that we had asked staff to come back with some corrections and gone ahead and approved it tonight. Instead, I think we're going to be back here another night having a long discussion about it yet again. I think we have to look at how we are taking staff reports apart and reconstructing them in real time. And it has to be discouraging for staff at the same time. And I realize it's interesting to do this, but this is an agreement we have with a neighbor just to the south. That's an important agreement that we have with them. It has been discussed at length. I happened to discuss it with them last week. I think they'll be surprised that we don't find it acceptable.
Well, I think I want to just briefly comment to that. So this is being reviewed carefully because the landscape is actually changing. And the basis for the agreement back in '05 was based upon recycled water with really no envisioning of purified water on the horizon and the ramifications of all the things that we're going to be studying. And what we need to make sure is that the agreements do not restrict us. And hopefully we'll come back and the staff will say, we've reviewed it very carefully. Here are the reasons why we are adequately protected. Or they'll say, here are minor modifications to the language to help strengthen and assure that. They've already stated one revision that they would tentatively be making. We had another revision that was in here tonight that you know, it could be argued whether we would have been protected without these changes, but I suspect that as we're moving into a new landscape, it will be important to reduce the ambiguities that may exist because these agreements were written around previous conditions. So that's mine. Let's vote on the board. That passes 8-1 with Councilmember Niss voting no. All right. Thank you all very much. This is very informative. So our final item is council review and comment and acceptance of staff recommendation of the fiscal year 2017 to 2026 general fund long-range financial forecasts. Welcome. Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. Tonight we bring to you the updated 10-year general fund financial forecast, but before we start, I wanted to acknowledge that we have some corrections, and they're that places memo that you should have, where we are correcting a couple of tables in the report, and we're pointing them out there, and a percentage number. So there are items 1, 2, and 3, and there's attachments, and we can go through them later, given the length of time already. So this forecast helps us identify financial trends, shortfalls, and issues that we need to address. We make various assumptions that are our best guess, frankly, and we use trending data along with some assistance from consultants such as Bartel and Associates. The forecast is not intended as a budget or as a proposal plan. To this point, we use salary increases in the outer years that are not meant to be promises to our employees. We have recently experienced an economic downturn over the last few years, which has allowed us to increase contributions to the infrastructure needs of the organization. The forecast also includes dedicated revenues from the hotel tax increase from 12 to 14% and from new hotels. There are many challenges ahead that are known and some that are unknown in terms of the actual cost. We will touch upon that in our presentation. Starting with slide 2, that's what we expect to cover tonight during our presentation. moving to slide 3. I have another correction here. I apologize for that. The fiscal year 2018, where you see the 14.7% change, that's comparing it to 2016, which is not what we intended to do. It should read 4.6%, which should be comparing it to 2017. The gray line is the number that I want to focus you to, which basically says that we have a couple of challenging years ahead of us, fiscal year 17 and 18. 19 is not that much better, but at least in the positive trend. And as you can see, 20 and 21 are also a challenge. So we'll go into more detail as to what the forecast has and how we got to it. This next slide here shows you the base forecast. While it looks very positive towards the end of the forecast, as you well know, that the further out we get, the harder it is to forecast. And keep it in mind also that we have several projects and needs in mind that are being discussed that are not part of the forecast, which costs have not been implemented in this. With that, let me turn over to Joe Sasher, who's going to start the discussion with revenues.
This pie chart is self-explanatory. The reason we show this is just to show the diversity of city revenues that are fairly well balanced compared to other jurisdictions, which may rely on just sales or property tax. You'll note that we've broken out the TOT between that that will go to support infrastructure and the old TOT, so to speak, that goes for the general fund. Not that the infrastructure doesn't, it goes for infrastructure fund projects. The next slide, this is just to remind you about some basic assumptions that we have. We have used a compound annual growth rate methodology a finance committee recommended using several years ago, and we apply that trend to the out years based on what we're seeing historically. What we mean by informed adjustments is if we see a blip or a one-time event, we'll extract that from historical data, such as in sales tax, in order to have a CAGR methodology to make sense. We did modify this forecast going back to a question Councilmember Schmidt raised about Stanford Hospital use tax, which is a one-time revenue source, so we did correct for that as well, taking that down over the next few years. I think you're well aware that we've had a pretty strong revenue recovery since the Great Recession. And down below, some of the three more important taxes that we have, you can see the CAGR. We're doing fine on sales tax, although there's a few concerns about the internet erosion, online purchases. Property tax growing at 6% is certainly in line with what was found for the fiscal study in the comp plan, and transient occupancy tax is doing really quite well. So with that, that high overview, I'll turn it over to Kylie, who's going to talk about expenses.
Thank you. So similar to on the revenue side, we have a slide just kind of overviewing the global general fund expenses. Yep. Sure. Overall, the holistic view shows that in fiscal year 17, we're expecting expenses at $194 million. In developing this, like Lalo had said, expenses have been adjusted by removing our FY16 adopted budget one-time expenses and updating major cost elements such as salary and benefits. And to that note, you can see the majority of the expenses, about 61.4%, are attributed to salaries and benefits. That's about $119 million. This next slide is just kind of going over some of those general expense assumptions. So with nearly 2/3 of the annual expenses on salaries and benefits, the assumptions behind this are currently in negotiations with various bargaining groups, but we've assumed current council authority. The annual compound growth is about 3.5%, which is very similar to what was seen in the December report of 3.6%. The remaining expense assumptions are outlined and have about a 2.6% CPI. This next slide is just highlighting salaries and benefits over the next 10 years, which represent that 61.4%. The benefit costs as a percentage of total salaries and benefit costs have increased from 40.4% in FY17 to 43.6% in FY 2026. So this is compared to the 16 adopted budget, which have benefits of 50.3% of total salaries and benefits. So, as Lalo had mentioned, and as you guys are quite aware, this model doesn't have everything in it. There are a significant number of known unknowns, both long-term and short-term. So this slide is identifying those knowns and unknowns. In the near term, we will revisit and probably see as part of the fiscal year 17 proposed budget, the infrastructure plan, operating and capital expenses, things like the streetlights and signal crossings, or electric crossings, and fire services contract with Stanford. So these are all three things that are not included in this forecast, but will be brought up again as part of your 17 proposed budget process. We also did a couple alternative scenarios. The first one you guys have seen before. This is the CalPERS poor investment return. So these are numbers from Bartel and assume a 7% rate of return. And as you can see, you're facing deficits through 2023, and then you won't see surpluses until 2024. This is a quick comparison of the retirement contribution rates, or the pension rates, by plan in your base case, right next to the alternative case with that 7% return. Another alternative scenario, as requested by the Finance Committee, was to model what a 3% salary increase in the out years would look like. So that's what this is doing. You can see it's about $1 million difference between the base and this forecast. For example, fiscal year 19 is going from a positive 780,000 in the base case to the negative 118,000 in this alternative case. And so you'll see deficits through 2021, a nominal surplus in 2022, and then surpluses in the out years. I'll turn it over to Lalo.
Okay, so on this, pardon me, on this slide, it reflects the three scenarios, the base scenario and the two scenarios that we were asked to present. And as you can see, it illustrates the challenges we'll face ahead in the near term. It's difficult to predict when a recession could start, we see one about every 8 to 10 years, and so it's somewhere in this forecast that we will see one. In concluding comments here, I think it's obvious that we need to have some fiscal discipline and planning. It is definitely a challenging time because there's also a lot of needs that we have not addressed in this forecast. One of the things that we have heard loud and clear as a direction from you as a council is the focus on infrastructure, and this plan continues to focus on that. Obviously, we don't know the cost updates to some of these projects, and we've been mentioning that to you, so that's a concern. The goal for us would be to be able to maintain the existing services that are being provided while exploring alternative service delivery methods. We have shown over the last few years that we can do that on selective type of services with little to no impact or at times improvements in services. And as I mentioned, the 17 budget is being formulated as we speak, and we're going to present that to you on April 25th, the delivery of the document. That's our goal. And that's where we're going to present to you the city manager's proposed budget, which will have recommendations to address some of the needs that have been surfaced since the last budget. I think other closing comments is that over the years, we've experienced structural deficits of various magnitudes, but we've always been able to address them as an organization. For example, in the period between fiscal year 10 and 12, we had a $20.5 million deficit of $20.5 million deficits, of which 14.3 million in cuts were structural reductions that we recommended to you and the council accepted, and the rest were in one-time items. So we've demonstrated as an organization, with council leadership, and that we can adjust when our budget gaps are in the negative. We recognize that we have the critical infrastructure needs, as I mentioned, the unfunded liabilities for our employees, for pension and retirement medical. We need to put a plan in motion, and we're starting that discussion at the Finance Committee level. We continue that tomorrow, and Mr. Bartel will be there. Unfortunately, he could not be here tonight, but he will be here tomorrow. And as I mentioned, the additional services. So we will work on recommendations that will address the deficits as we come up. We'll have a plan for 17. We expect to bring you a balanced proposal. And with that, I open it up to your questions.
Thank you. So, colleagues, we have the report also reflected the alternative scenarios that the Finance Committee requested. So we don't have any speaker cards from members of the public, and it doesn't look like we're likely to get any. So we can go ahead and go through questions and comments, and then a motion. Who would like to go first?
Not I, not this time.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'll just ask some questions. So we know the Cubberley lease is coming up in 5 years, and hopefully we're going to be ready to start some construction then, but we're assuming full rent for the entire period of time. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I couldn't hear the first part.
I'm sorry. So Cubberley, the lease is coming up, and we're looking at kind of rebuilding there, but we're assuming full Cubberley rents throughout the whole period.
We're not at the moment, because we have Foothill leaving, and the last date I hear, and it keeps moving, is August. And so we are going to, it's about $1 million worth of revenue that the city gets currently. We have an agreement with the school district where we would split the loss of the revenue. So it's about $500,000 for the whole year if you look at it that way. And so what we need to do is we're getting high requests for the space. Avenidas being one of them, for example, when they eventually get through the rebuilding of their facility, they want to utilize the space. We have a long list of potential tenants, and we'll have to figure out a process that it's fair and open. Yeah. And so the question will be in front of you is, what will that rent be? Because I have not started any of the discussions with any of these groups, but currently Avenidas is paying $1 for the.
My point though is, if we were actually to knock the buildings down to do new construction there, we would lose even more rent.
Yes. We do not have that in the scenario.
I think the way to think about it is in terms of the long-range forecast. I mean, in general, we're thinking about during the term not losing revenue, but in the near term, in this particular budget, for example, we may have to think about how we hedge ourselves, because with the turnover, there obviously could be some gaps between Foothill leaving and uptake with some other folks. We don't know what that number would be, but.
Right. And was there any assumption of business tax in the forecast?
Good question. No, we did not, since it hasn't been decided. We probably should have outlined that in the report.
Okay. And then I may be remembering this wrong, but I think a year ago when we talked about Airbnb, we said we would go ahead and try to collect that TOT tax. Are we doing that?
Yes. We cannot give you specifics, but we'll give you a range. It can be anywhere between 400,000 to 800,000 a year. It's climbing, and we don't get a lot of specifics. Most of the agencies that enter into agreements with Airbnb are in the same situation. But at various times when we looked, we've had over 100 listings for Palo Alto.
We are collecting revenue now.
Airbnb collects it up front.
Yeah.
And then my last question on the property tax forecast, you straight lined it. Do we have any concern that that's unsustainable?
Let me start, and maybe Joe might want to add to it, but the statistic that gives me some comfort in our projection, and again, it's a projection, is that we have 43% of our residential properties, or about 8,000 of them, with an assessed valuation under 600,000. So at some point, those are going to turn over and be reassessed. And I think that's one of the drivers that we've seen. It's starting to, properties are not necessarily always selling like we had experienced, because people are recognizing that the rent value is also a good income stream versus the stock market, for example, in some situations. So, in discussing with some of the realtors, we hear that, some of the rents that are being obtained are rather high, and so people might use it as an investment as well, and hold it instead of selling it. But let me see if Joe has any other data points that he wants to share with
The only, when we listened to the comp plan fiscal study, the outside consultants used 7% increase out into the future, and they analyzed the turnover of the properties and the latent values of the ones that Lalo just talked about in terms of Prop 13. So I don't think, short of a recession happening, we think that it's a reasonable assumption to grow by 6% out in the future. And as I mentioned before, that's roughly the compound annual, growth rate.
Yeah, it's the key assumption for
and one we've been experiencing lately. So,
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Are we doing questions and comments, or just questions right now?
You can do questions and comments.
Okay. So thanks very much. Thanks very much to staff for doing this. I'm glad it's finally got here. I couldn't resist passing out a couple of charts, which you should have in front of you. And the top one has to do. I'll be fairly brief here. I think, we sort of talked about this a little bit. A key piece of our city's finances is the unfunded pension liability, and it's been our general tendency, our practice, sort of we treat revenue and expenses pro forma as we kind of tend to do it separately from looking at the unfunded liability, though I'm glad that we're sort of edging towards that. But I really wanted to see them together, right? And so that's what's on this chart. And so the red and orange lines are general fund revenues and expenses, and the green line is the unfunded pension liability. And this is, in this picture, it's just the unfunded pension liability, not OPEB, which is another $140 million. And as Lalo pointed out earlier in the week, I think that this is just, some of this goes into the utilities as well as the general fund, and this is the whole thing shown here. But I think, when you look at this, two things really jump out at you. And one is, we've done a consistently good job of managing our expenses very, very closely to our revenues over time, right? And that includes a little bit of allocation into infrastructure from that as well. So those have matched very closely over time. And the second is that the unfunded liability is really big, right? And compared to that, it's grown really big compared to that. And I think the whole situation is actually only 15 years old, right? I mean, at the beginning of the century, we had a surplus, right? So all this is new, right? And it's going to take many more than 15 years to dig our way out of it. And over those 15 years, basically what the unfunded actuarial liability represents is a huge additional operating expense, okay? Because all these are payroll expenses, it's just that we push it out into the future instead of paying for it now. So for example, if I hire Karen to fix my car and I pay her with an IOU instead of cash, it's still an operating expense, right? And in theory, we're going to pay that off over a long period of time, but there's a lot of assumptions and unknowns about that. And in the meantime, it's kind of this major operating expense that we sort of tend to deal with in separate meetings than the ones we talk about here. And as we manage our expenses to our revenue, we have this other expense that isn't part of that dialogue. So I think it ought to be. I think the city and the unions have together taken some very important steps toward getting this under control. I think what this highlights is it's still a very growing concern, and so things like the Section 115 that we're talking about is important. But I think the council should consider, as one of the steps we take, as we do these long-range forecasts, it ought to include a projection for the growth in the unfunded actuarial liability in addition to just our regular general funds and expenses. So I think that's one of the things the council should consider. So the second chart on this page is really just a breakdown on the UAL itself. I think one of the things you notice is that the UAL actually dipped in the last year, which is good. Unfortunately, if you look at the second chart, it's clear that, or it's pretty clear that, that's kind of an accounting blip on the way CalPERS accounted for the recovery in our asset values. And so next year it's going to continue on its growth track. So then the other chart is the bottom chart, and one of the things I did was I looked at the long-range forecast this year, and then the previous year, and then the year before for the same period of time. And the bottom two lines are the 2014 forecast, the green ones are the 2015 forecasts, and the blue ones are the ones we have tonight. And one thing you see here is they're all bigger numbers, which means the city has been conservative on its revenue growth projections, which I think is very good. But again, as you see, expenses have sort of kept track over time with those. And it's good that revenues are growing. Expenses have grown too. You'd hate to be in a situation where expenses grow and revenues don't grow. So I think we want to watch that very carefully. And one of the things you find is that, the growth in expenses, the size of that surplus that we're talking about here in the out years is pretty sensitive to the timing of the expenses and the revenues. So I think we want to be really careful with that. So we're being asked tonight for 2 comments on this. And so I have 2. And mine are that fundamentally I think this is good stuff. Thank you very much. 2 comments. Again, first, going forward, I think we should consider adding a projection of the unfunded liability to the whole thing as a third line along with revenue and expenses. It's a big and significant part of the city finances, and it ought to be a mainstream consideration. And I hope that when the LRFF comes back next year, we could consider having part of that. Second, we're going to see the 2017 operating budget in a month or 2, or we're going to start seeing it, right? And I think we should try really hard, and I really hope that the 2017 operating budget can stick to the 2017 numbers in the long-range forecast here, okay? I think sometimes we kind of look at the LRFF as kind of a little bit of an analytical exercise, but I think it's got a lot of value as a planning tool, and I think we should take it very seriously, especially when we've got these big liabilities, right? And maybe we're heading into sort of less certain times here. And there's a number of those assumptions, especially on the expense side, but one, for example, is the long-range financial forecast assumes no headcount growth over the next 10 years. And I think over the 2016 budget, and that's budgeted heads, not actual heads. Right? And I think we should try really hard in the 2017 budget to follow that, because if we do think we're going to need more people, then it ought to be in the long-range forecast, right? If we're going to really use the long-range forecast as a tool, right? So So those two things, other than that, thanks very much to staff doing this. It's a lot of work, but I think it's important to how we manage our city.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. Also to Councilmember Phillips for putting together these charts. So I have just a few questions. One comports with Councilmember Du Bois's having to do with the business tax, having to do with transportation impacts. Then on slide 9, what is intended by the second bullet there, one-time adjustments to 16 adopted budget, animal shelter, Fry's master plan, University Avenue infrastructure? I'm not quite sure I'm understanding what you're meaning by those.
What these are actions that were approved as part of the 16 adopted budget, but they were only approved for a 1-year time frame. So you guys have said, okay, we'll fund this through fiscal year 16, but that's it. There were no ongoing costs. And so as part of the forecast, what we do is we go through and pull out anything that was approved one time. So we norm the 16 adopted budget.
Okay, and of course, so if there's something like the Fry's master plan that we haven't actually commenced work on, that would just like roll forward, so.
Correct.
Okay. Then on slide 11, that's where the transportation costs are, but also one thing I didn't see, and I'm loath to bring this up, but I think I should, is the golf course.
You're right.
Where
we lumped it up with the infrastructure, the first one, the capital expenses. To give you a quick update, we anticipate, and we had it a little bit of the language in the report, staff is going to come to you before your break with an update, including the status of the permit process, and we're working on updating the cost so we can have a sense of the estimated cost, and then also the business plan that was prepared. Both of these were prepared in 2012, so we're working on getting all of those updated to come to you and give you an update.
Okay. And then Airbnb was mentioned too. How is that collected? Does Airbnb just write a check to the city, or how do we track that? Because I think I actually heard. I think I actually heard Councilor Nissen, pardon me and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that there was an indication that there was 500 Airbnb listings, and I think you mentioned 100.
I haven't looked recently, so it could be a much higher number than the last time we looked. It would be indicative of the amounts that we're seeing, as I mentioned earlier. So what happens is when you go in as a user of the system where you're looking for a place to stay, once you get through the acceptance of the location and you get into the payment process, Airbnb collects it for us for each transaction. And then what they do is they remit one check at the monthly.
Do we have any even spot checks on auditing that?
So we've been in discussions with San Jose and Santa Clara, who have similar agreements as ours, and we're trying to see if it makes sense and how you go about doing that. So we are looking at how we would do that, what cooperation we would get, and have that review. So it's something that we're exploring on how we would accomplish it, because we don't get detailed information.
Okay. Then just a couple other questions is, I also didn't see anywhere interest, but what kind of interest do we earn? Say, for instance, we have reserves, we don't just let them sit there.
Yeah, we do have an interest income line, and while the staff looks for the number, I can tell you that it's about 1.7 right now, a little bit lower. About 1.6 is our rate of return currently.
Oh, is that the question? Sorry, I thought it was how much.
Well, you look for how much. I was trying to give the Councilmember Holman an indication of what our rate of return is. And as you may recall, we're prohibited from investing in equities. We're predominantly in bonds.
So Lalo's correct about the rate of return, 1.9, which really isn't so bad given what you get on your bank account anyway and what we're restricted to in terms of revenues, in terms of investments. And right now, the interest income is sadly, around $820,000 for the general fund, and it's come down because interest rates are so low. Can you hear? You couldn't hear what I said? I'm sorry. Yes.
So this may be, inconsequential in the whole scheme of things, but I'm just wondering, going forward, if you ought to take part of our TOT, part of that, for instance, part of that's sent to infrastructure and part of it is general fund. Does it make any sense at all to start thinking about putting part of that aside to help cover our unfunded liability? I know we do that in other ways, but could we compound that in any way? It's not much of a return, but...
You're talking about the interest income?
Yeah.
You could certainly give us direction to do that. Obviously, it would have to be the general fund portion, because the majority of our portfolio is the other funds, the assets. Those are policy decisions that are appropriate if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, it's just a thought. The other thing is, we do collect impact fees, and they aren't specifically called out here. But I wondered this before, and I think I asked it at Finance, but should we not be building in annual escalators into our impact fees? Because we only reevaluate them every so often.
We can. As long as we have not set the fee at 100% of the study, you have room, we have room as an organization to do that. So it's something that we can definitely do. The practice has been that we have not. Part of that was because of the level of the fees, how they were set in comparison to other surrounding jurisdictions. But, we could definitely have new direction to reset them as long as there's room. Once you reach the 100%, then you can't unless you do a study and then do the nexus.
Right. It's just that we so infrequently evaluate them, and they generally lag behind, and we always readjust them when we do evaluate them. So
I think for that, it would be, our preference would be that you as a council give us that direction.
Right. Got it. Okay. I think that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Oh, just a few quick questions. So the graphs all look, they shoot up from 2022 in a fairly upward trend. So it would be, well, clearly it's the base case at 12, but it's 15. So what's the real driver where things turn around in 2022 to 26? Is that property taxes, or, what's causing that?
Which graph? I'm sorry. What page?
All three. Well, if you look at 15, you can look at
page 15.
all. When you do the base case and you do the two other scenarios, they're the same scenario. The graph looks exactly the same, basically. It just is lower with the less.
So part of it is your expenses are actually not growing at such a rapid pace. If you look at the retirement rates over the course of the 10-year forecast, they escalate at a faster rate during the first 5 years, and then they start to flatten out.
Is that because we made the changes in the pension benefits? Is that what's driving that?
There's some of that. Sorry, thank you. There's some of that, but the driver and the reason we're seeing the escalation is, to refresh your memories, we had a change by PERS to do the smoothing over a shorter period of time, 5 years instead of 20 years. So what they told us is for the first 5 years, and it just started, we're going to see a heighten in the rates, and then it should smooth out. So that's the basis of why they're flattening out. If you look at the rates themselves, you'll see that they're flat. There's about 1/3 of our workforce citywide, not just the general fund, that is in the second or third tier. So there's some of that as well.
So it's really a PERS going from a 20-year smoothing to a 5-year smoothing. We're feeling that effects of the 5-year smoothing up to like 2022, and then we're at a 20-year smoothing again, or we're still at a 5?
It goes up and flat.
But we get rid of the spike.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess where that leads me to ask you is, PERS is still going to have financial issues. They're still too high with their discount rate. So if that's true, does that mean that they then may have to change the rules again? At that point, at which point that surplus goes away?
Yes, that is a potential probability. What I can add to that is that they recently passed a plan that they hope that any time the portfolio rate of return exceeds 11.5, that they will then lower the rate of return assumption, and it's phased in, and their plan is to have it go down to 6.5 over 20 years. Well, what are the chances that year over year they'll do that, right? So if nothing happens between now and February of 2018, they will revisit the rate of return assumption at that point. They will update the demographic assumptions, and you may recall too that part of the reason that our rates are going up is because the mortality rate changed. We're living longer, and so obviously then the pensions payouts are for a longer period of time. So there are other variables that could drive the rate.
So I guess the other thing I have, and I think Eric's graph puts it in graphic detail, is that we really underestimate our expenses and our revenues every year. I mean, in a huge way, right? I mean, we, in 2016, and in 2014, we're looking at, I can't see it exactly, but it looks like, $170 million of expenses and maybe 178 of revenues is what we anticipated, whereas the reality was, like what, 190 million of both?
I'm sorry, where are you looking at?
So I'm looking at Eric's little graph. The handout.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right? I mean, what he did is he graphed, right? He graphed the expenses. He graphed what we thought it was going to be in 2014, what we thought the 2016 expenses were going to be. And that's the orange line. And you can see those two. And then you look at where the purple line is, and you see that there's really a huge increase in expenses and revenues. But I mean, it's huge, right? And that's true of the green line. That's true all the way through. And so I guess where you see that, right?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, there's, I got this earlier, but we haven't had a chance to analyze it. But what I don't think this includes is encumbrances. So when this is the actual expenditure, but you don't spend everything. You lock up a contract, for example, and let's say it's a $1 million contract, but you only spent $50,000. You would only see the $50,000. We need to show you the $950 that was encumbered, that it was part of that budget. So that's why there would be a gap. I would have to look at it, but when you just pull out the actual expense from the financials, you have to also add the encumbrances to put it to the line to then compare it to the budget.
Well, I think there's a couple of other things here. I think some of the difference just here on the revenue side is the annual revenue growth in each one of these years. And the interesting thing is the fact is how the expenses track the revenues in the same way each year. But a lot of the reason for that isn't, in these recent years, is that when we've gotten to the end of the year and we've had a surplus, we expend that extra revenue and put it into the infrastructure fund as an example. So it's costed out as an expense. So it's not like it's a straight, built-in expense that we're doing. And so that's how we've handled, that's why the expenses have been tracking with this.
Right, and I think that's a really good point. I guess I was going to actually ask you about that. At some point, it would be great to see the real, take Eric's graph and do the real numbers, where we don't take, and I don't mean that pejoratively, but I mean the real numbers in terms of where we actually had a surplus, where that's taken out so you could actually see where expenses really were. And then I sort of followed what you said about encumbrances, but put that in and see. I mean, I have this sneaking suspicion, I guess that's where I'm going with this, that we bail ourselves, where we get bailed out by, we build new hotels, we put in a new TOT tax, that we do something that actually bumps those revenues that we don't forecast because our expenses are actually much higher than we anticipate every year. And it just seems that we're ratcheting up those expenses and we bail out by the revenues. And that's okay as long as we continue to approve new hotels or we raise a new tax or we do something like that. But at some point, that strategy fails, right? And it clearly fails in a recession. I mean, it failed in the last recession in a really big way. And so I am just thinking that tonight we're supposed to be talking about the long-range forecast, and I assume the purpose of that is to ask ourselves, should we be doing anything differently? Should we be thinking in a different way? And what actually makes the city work? And I think part of that is that we keep coming up with new revenue sources, and maybe that can continue forever, but you sort of wonder about that. I mean, you sort of wonder, sales tax, you sort of wonder, can it really keep growing?
Can I just jump in there? What the city manager spoke about, I think, is crucial, and we don't have that data. And that was going to be one of my questions, which is, what's the tracking of infrastructure expenses that are outside of utilities? So the general fund infrastructure expenses over the last 6 or 7 years. And what we see is that we have significantly increased our investment there. That's buried in that expense number.
We mentioned that.
I know he did, but then I thought you were responding as if really he hadn't.
No, he mentioned that. I said I'd like to see the graph with that. I think that would be a really great way to break that out.
Me too.
Well, maybe I can help, because I think this is, from my perspective, an important process that has been carried out as a result of council policy. You guys know that I've been here for quite some time, and I can tell you that in the 90s, the budget was $3.5 million for years, for transfers from the general fund to capital. And what we did as an organization is every time we had surpluses, we invested in operating and increasing services. The last 5 years, we transferred $32,587,000 unplanned funding to the infrastructure. And that's, surpluses. And while, we could say, well, maybe we should have budgeted higher so we would have had those numbers. A lot of these things are one-time in nature, the majority of them.
And that's on top of a base amount for infrastructure?
Yes, and it ranged from, 13 to 17 million, probably off the top of my head as a base. And so, and the reason I call out the council policy and the importance of this is that, if you recall, the reserve for the budget stabilization for the general fund is a floor of 15 and a cap of 20 with a goal of 18.5. And the policy clearly states that any time it exceeds 18.5, the city manager has the discretion to recommend to you to send that money to infrastructure. Well, that's what this did. And I think that these are huge numbers and a huge difference from what we used to do, 20 years ago. And it allowed us to fund some of these programs. So I think you did the right thing by having such a policy. And
I'm sure we did the right thing. I'm not worried about that. So what you're really saying is I'm wrong, and that's fine. That's
no,
good.
I'm saying that...
Right, but that's fine. But wait. So if you look at those infrastructure transfers out, what you're saying, are you basically saying that we probably met our expense forecast in 2014 you know, for roughly, or
No, we had
did?
some savings. We've had savings
Yeah.
over the last couple of years in expenses because of vacancies. For a while there, we carried quite a few safety positions.
So you're saying we're below it?
Let's say it again.
Well, no. So look, this was the original question, right? We have these graphs. And in 2014, you did the long-range financial forecast. And that predicted in 2016 our expenses would be wherever that orange line is, which looks, you know, roughly, say, 170 million, okay? Our actual expenses on the purple line show about 190, but you're telling me we may have put in 15 or 20 million into infrastructure, which gets it back closer to what we thought that would be.
Well,
and so that's really my
well,
question is.
I think there's two things. I think that in general, in these recent years, we have been over collecting revenue in relation to our estimates, and we have been under expending expenditures, but not to the same degree that we've been over collecting revenues.
Correct.
That's the point. And then with that gap, for the most part, we've been taking that and putting it and expending it. And then when you look back at it, you actually go, oh, we've actually spent more because we put that one-time thing aside.
Okay. All right.
So I'd just like to say one thing in relation to the Vice Mayor's comment, thinking about what are the big things that this says about how to guide us. And that's what I think the point of the forecast is. And you know, I think that really we've done a really good job of, as much as we can, allocating one-time revenue blips or growth to one-time expenditures and investing in infrastructure, though, that, say, for example, has a long-term payoff. Secondly, we have, whether it was in the years of cuts or whatever, really tried to hold down the number of new positions that we bring on. And I'll be honest with you, hardly any of the positions we bring on, almost every single one of them is directly connected to an enhanced responsiveness or service that the community is demanding, whether it's right now in the area of growth and planning and parking and those things, and staff for some capital projects. I mean, I say no to lots of other position requests people have. So we do a fairly good job on that. The big problem is the one that was pointed out earlier, the stuff that in a sense is beyond our control, and that are the policy changes that have been made years ago on these pension and healthcare costs, and we've been trying to do our best there. But we really, I think we've been very disciplined as the council has, in not ever thinking that any year that we're here, we're like in the money and we can make long-term commitments that get you into trouble. And that's why I think when we have had downturns and those sorts of things, we're not in the big hole that other jurisdictions are. You know, we've been playing it closer so that it's even easier for us to do it. Not to say it's necessarily easy, but we've been able to weather that without our city falling apart, even when we had to cut $10, $20 million.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I'd join in the praise. I think over the last 5 years we've done a terrific job on our infrastructure and moving money into long-term things that will benefit the city for decades to come. I guess I would just like to support what Chair Filseth pointed out about unfunded liabilities. And I think if there is a vulnerability that we should be sensitive to, it's the unfunded liabilities. I guess I noticed one thing, critical difference between the Finance Committee's long-range financial forecast in December and the one we just got in March. And that's on salaries and benefits. The 10-year horizon for salaries over that 10-year we're looking at in December was 2.9% per year. Benefits were growing 4.3% per year. And the one we have in front of us tonight salaries are growing 4.8% per year and benefits 2% per year. Now that is a striking difference in 2 or 3 months. I assume most of it was an adjustment made in the 2017 budget. Could you explain what happened that had our benefits looking so modest?
So I would say probably the biggest change between December and now is the change in the council authority levels for our current negotiations with our various labor groups. That's probably the most significant change that's occurred between the two. And we've done a number of different things as part of those sessions. And so those have all been factored into here. And that's one of the reasons, frankly, why this has been delayed so much, is to try and incorporate all of those changes.
It shows up in 2017, but I mean, it's striking in the sense that 3 months ago we were saying the cost of benefits would be higher than what we're paying in salaries. And the unions were saying, gee, I need take-home pay to live. And all of a sudden now you have salaries well above benefits in 2026.
Yeah. So I think that one of the things just to keep in mind is that with the pay increases we built in anticipation of some of the contracts we're reaching, we also have some factors related to benefits that are part of those, whether it's increased employee contributions, differences in the rates of our health care plan and those sorts of things that, at least for now, do have a rippling effect as we go forward. So when we think about employee and employer share on pension and those kinds of components, those things start to play out.
I guess it's important, though, to make the case that those numbers under salaries don't reflect take-home pay. They reflect investment in benefits. Is that a correct statement?
It would reflect the gross pay, if I'm following your question. But I'm not sure I understand.
Well, what you have
increased
here,
the salary estimates significantly, so that would be an increase in take-home pay.
but you're saying very clearly that the benefits, which 3 months ago were growing almost twice as fast as salaries, will now grow in the future at half the rate of salaries. And that doesn't seem to be a realistic assumption. And if we're concerned about unfunded liabilities, we should make sure we're clear.
So what we did is we updated the pension rates based on the 5-year projection that CalPERS gave us that we didn't have. And John Bartel did the second 5-year projections. So that there were updated based on CalPERS and Mr. Bartel's expert opinion. So that's the change that you're seeing.
Okay, yeah, I did note that you reflect that Bartel's updated based upon the June 2014 data.
That's the latest data we get from CalPERS.
Yes, he just got that. Now, that year, the CalPERS, or the stock market, showed a gain of 15%. The year before it had been 14. So he took those two numbers and said, gee, this looks great. CalPERS is doing terrific. But in the year and 3 quarters since that time, the total gain in the stock market is about 2%.
Yeah.
So are we overestimating our benefits on the basis of one good year, fiscal year 2014, which is long in the past, and yet
that's a good question, and they're
we're
not.
showing, gee, 5 years from now we won't have any trouble at all.
It's a good question. It's something that it's an issue for all of us in the finance world. We beat up CalPERS on this, that with technology the way it is, why are they 2 years, basically 2 years in arrears? But what they do, and it's in the report that we sent to you from CalPERS, that they took into account the 2.4 rate of return experienced into consideration as they made their projection for our fiscal year 17 annual contribution. So while the data set is old, or dated, I'll call it, the rate of return assumption, when they do it in November, they already know the June 30, 2015 in this case, and they use that rate of return experience in their numbers.
Okay, but it does seem to be a quite dramatic long-term decline in unfunded liabilities. Let me just make one other point, that the most positive thing on the revenue side is property tax. And I would note, you made a point of there's still thousands of homes that are valued at under $600,000. But if you look carefully at the annual turnover, you see there's probably about 250 homes at the upper limit that are sold and account for about 50% of the total gain in appreciation in property tax. I think that's a vulnerability that if that market changed in any way, the 250 might not be there next year that have been there in the past. So we should be very sensitive around that, and maybe the share of rentals that are in our market. But I guess the bottom line, as Eric said, is we should track year by year what the unfunded liabilities are, and we should be very sensitive around that, the parcel sales.
Yes, and having Mr. Bartel here tomorrow, we can certainly get into those levels of details with him.
Councilmember Berman.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and this might have been, I think this has kind of been covered in bits and pieces from other questions, but on packet page 328, the pension rates by plan, I noticed that it continues to rise. So we've done something new, and Lalo, forgive me if you kind of discussed this. I'm not sure if you went into the detail, but so we've now asked Bartel and Associates to do an actual analysis for 10 years out, because CalPERS only provides it for 4 or 5, I think.
5 years.
And so I think the results of that are pretty interesting, that it shows it plateauing for a couple of years and then actually starting to go down. This is the pension rates by plan. Would you mind just talking to that for another minute?
Sure. And so the major driver is the change in the smoothing policy that the CalPERS did from the 20 to the 5 years. So we see a steep increase in the next 4 years now, and then they expect it to flatten out. Now that's under the assumption that all the other variables are going to come.
So the rate of return and all that stuff.
Exactly. So the question is, if they don't, then what's going to happen?
But so it flattens out, and then it seems to even, at least on the miscellaneous side, drop 3% in that last year. Is that an outlier, or is that the beginning of what might even be a continuous decline, or is it just impossible to tell?
I think this is part of Bartel's analysis of the impacts of the de-risking of the plan. And so as you go further out in the out years, you reap more of that benefit, so to speak, as well as you reap additional benefit of the change in your population makeup.
Yep.
Yeah, and so we're turning it over faster than I thought. in terms of...
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Where staff turnover is faster than I thought it would be in terms of switching to lower costing pension formulas.
Yep.
And so that's another factor out in the outer years. When you look up Bartel's numbers, you see the rate going down, like, 20 years out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and...
because more tier 3
and 2 are going to be dominant, and, the rest of us will be passing on until...
Thank you, Lalo. Okay. So I just have a couple questions, and we can get to a motion and wrap up. One, we were talking about what's happened in the increased infrastructure expenses, and Lalo, you mentioned the surpluses that we transfer, but we also had a base level of budgeted infrastructure that went up. So, for instance, do you have numbers before you of, say, comparing what we were spending on general fund infrastructure in 2010 versus 2016? And if you need to look a moment, I can ask my next question.
We may have to email them to you. We may not have them readily available, but I can give you some key points to your comment. We increased infrastructure spending as a result of the IBRIC recommendations. We added $2.2 million, started adding that about 4 years ago. We've been more aggressive, as all of you know, with our street investments, so we've increased that budget. Part of what was absorbed too, and I guess you can say that the $32 million kind of covered that. You may recall that the council made a policy decision not to use GO bonds to pay for salaries for the libraries and the community center. So a lot of those expenses were also absorbed within the capital dollars. But I would say that we've been aggressively growing that number. Besides these, probably in the $2 to $5 million range, at the beginning, and then we've been growing that number also for the salary expenses.
I would say when you said the $2 to $5 million range each year?
No,
okay.
In the time frame of the IBRIC. From the IBRIC
because, for instance, if we just look at streets, we increased it over $4 million a year from 2010 to the current expenditures just on streets alone.
Yeah, and so we better look at the numbers because I'm going off the top of my head.
All right, so I think that's an important thing that helps explain the expense increase tracking upward along with the revenue increase. Another thing that we do each year, or virtually every year, is we identify we identified what were one-time incomes, and for that matter, often one-time expenses, and we say those aren't going to happen in the subsequent years. And that's half true because often that particular one-time income doesn't happen the next year, but a different one-time income happens.
Right.
And over the last half dozen years, it seems that almost every year we have said that we had one-time incomes and often one-time expenses. And I think that that helps explain why both income and expenses are consistently above projections. Now, it's not the totality, but it's one of these other factors. So the infrastructure expenses helps explain why the expense item tracks upward with the income. And I think the one-time are part of the explanation of why they both are being projected each time below their actualities. But I'm not assuming that that's the totality of the explanation, but I think those are missing components to an explanation. We also had a model of the CalPERS poor investment return scenario. I think Bartel in the past has given the likelihood of that occurring. Do we know what that is?
He's going to provide us an updated presentation for tomorrow, and so we'll make sure that that gets into the council's packet so all of you can see it. And he gives the both ends, you know, if they exceed and if they do not meet. And so he has charts with that. So we'll have an updated one tomorrow, too.
So my recollection is from his last presentation was that's a low likelihood in his calculations of occurring. What we have is that poor investment. That's a pretty low investment return scenario amongst the whole range of what he had modeled in the past. So I'll look forward to hearing that. Another is that the Finance Committee, I appreciate, asked for modeling on low return and also a modeling on a higher salary, but I think that they asked for also those being combined. And in my mind, you're not going to have both those at once. If you have a downturn, which drives a low return, you're not going to have those big salary increases at the same time. So you get one or the other, and that's reasonable. But we almost have never had the two of them occurring at the same time because there's a cause and effect. So I would caution against, I think looking at those conservative scenarios are good. Looking at things or relying on things that are pretty implausible are not so good. But finally, we're going to get in this coming budget a proposal for beginning to address the unfunded pension liability. Is that correct?
So we're going to have that discussion tomorrow at Finance Committee. To remind the council, we recommend that, you know, some of the things we've done with these surpluses have been to move the money, reserve the money for the following proposed budget for one-time items. We've done it the last couple of years. We'll probably recommend something similar again this year. And what we also did with last year's surplus is we identified 1.3 million of that surplus to be considered to be placed in the a trust, the 115 that you heard earlier, to start seed fund the unfunded portion to accelerate it. Because the assumption is that, just so we're all clear, it's roughly $200 million for the general fund, to Councilmember Phil's point earlier, is that based on all the expectations that CalPERS has, that unfunded liability is going to go away if everything turns out based on their model. Well, if we don't believe in that model, then our options are to then start pre-funding that. And so that's the thinking with this discussion, that we would start that, and we would ask all funds to do it, not just the general fund.
So we last year set aside, we set aside a reserve off of last year's income to begin that, and then this year we will probably be actually moving forward with that expenditure to pay it down.
If the committee recommends to the council to go forward, yes, then we would come to the council with that.
So just so we're clear, I think we're talking about FY16 and how we would make that allocation, and it's too early. There's still moving parts.
FY16 or 17? You mean?
FY16, because I think there are too many moving parts in the FY17 budget yet to say.
As part of the year-end memorandum that went forward, there's 1.3 million sitting in the budget stabilization reserve for the general fund. So it's just there, pending further direction.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to be clear, is that at this point, I haven't reached a conclusion that we are going to proactively advance an additional contribution into the 115 fund as part of the original FY17 budget. But because that's what I sort of heard your question.
Okay, I hear you. I'm looking forward to continuing to make those payments, as painful as that may be. All right, let's see if we have a motion to accept the forecast. Okay.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Niss, did you wish to speak to your motion? Councilmember Berman, did you want to speak to your second?
No.
Anyone else want to speak to the motion? Councilmember Du Bois.
I mean, if Chair Filseth wanted to add, he proposed a couple of things I'd be willing to support. I don't know if he's going to make a motion.
I'm not sure they belong in this motion, right? I think, yeah, I'm not sure they belong in this motion. I think one of them had to do with sort of the 2017 operating budget, which is coming in a month, right? And the other really had to do with the long-range forecast for next year.
Okay. Please vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to acknowledge Kylie knows his great work. I've been saved by her since we lost a lot of staff. And Kylie stepped in and done a great job. Her and her team, leading the team, and also Joe Sasha and Taryn Ryan, who did the major work here.
Well, great. Thank you very much. So our next item is intergovernmental legislative affairs.
Not for that one.
Okay. And seeing no one, Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Berman.
So I just wanted to kind of give a shout out to our Human Relations Commission. Both Councilmember Wolbach and I had an opportunity to attend and give the opening and closing remarks at an event that they did last Wednesday that I'm just trying to find the name for, but it was being different together, experiencing Palo Alto perception and reality, and it was an event put on in particular by Valerie Stinger, who's one of our HRC commissioners, but the entire Human Relations Commission has been doing a series of community events over the past year, and this was one talking about subconscious bias and microaggression, I believe was the term, Corey. And had a great keynote speaker, a professor doctor from Stanford, and then a great panel of folks talking about subconscious bias and how it can manifest itself in ways that we can react to, both to talk to the aggressor and to the person who's kind of being aggrieved. And so it was just a really fantastic event, great turnout, one of the most diverse crowds I've ever seen at a Palo Alto event. And the Human Relations Commission, I just think, is doing a great job of hosting these forums and organizing these forums for increased community dialogue.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes, I would like to propose an agenda item as soon as possible to approve jobs and resident projections for the fifth scenario. The 4 scenarios presented all contain jobs to employed residents ratios of 3 to 1. All 4 also contain commercial growth 4 to 5 times our current annual limit. It's impossible to make reasonable judgments on SCAP or mitigations or to assess recommendations from public comments or CAC recommendations without an alternate scenario.
So I would second that.
Okay, I guess, can I ask for a clarification on how that differs from what the council had endorsed in our recent agendized meeting on this subject?
Asking for specific projections on jobs and residents.
Just add some clarification. I know I've had some conversations with staff, and they do not have clarity on what that fifth scenario is. And I think it's planned to come back like in May, and I think there's some concern that that's too long in terms of our EIR process. They were looking for some clear direction on what we want to see in that fifth scenario.
This is April, but...
Well, a couple of comments. So I think that clear direction is helpful, but we also are in a process of working through these things to bring this back. So understand the sense of wanting to get it sooner, but I think there's some conflict there. And then I'm sort of looking to my compadre here that this is a little unusual what's happening right now as far as just want to make sure we're in the...
Right. So very, very occasionally the council has used this part of the agenda on a relatively straightforward matter to do sort of the oral equivalent of a colleague's memo. And I believe a colleague's memo was submitted in the last few days addressing the same topic, so I suspect this is an oral version of that. Our planning director is out of the country and did provide some initial preliminary response in terms of the timing and the various pieces. And frankly, you don't have the right folks in front of you to give you a technical answer in terms of, you know, what is being requested might in some sense differ and how it fits in with the timing of the various work pieces. So I think we really do need to assess as a staff those issues and are not in a position to respond tonight.
I mean, I may be in a position to, but I have not been able to look at in detail what Hillary has left me and see how we can reconcile that about reporting on an accurate schedule.
I think one thing we can say with confidence is that the fifth scenario is of the highest priority in the planning group, and everyone is working on it and working on bringing it forward in a way that sensibly puts the issues before the council for you to deal with.
So I don't want to get into any substantive discussions, but I from a process standpoint, I'm also concerned that Councilmember Du Bois made a comment that this was driven to a good degree based upon conversations that presumably he and Councilmember Schmidt have had with staff that the balance of the rest of the council, I think, is not privy to.
So was that this brief exchange over what was submitted as a colleague's memo?
Say that again?
Was that the brief exchange that occurred in the last few days?
It was the cause of the memo. It was just, again, there seemed to be a lack of clarity in terms of details on the fifth scenario, and it was being pushed out in terms of actually defining it. So I think we were asking for a very time-limited agenda item to make sure council had a chance to say what that fifth scenario is. So,
No, could I suggest that we are going to have a meeting next week also, but in the meantime, we'll have a meeting with the mayor and the vice mayor on the agenda, and we can look at where the current projected timeline is on the comp plan EIR item coming back to the council, and where the staff timeline on the fifth scenario fits in and where they are in the sequence of timing. And then this request, of course, is expressing a concern that that maybe the better sequence is having the fifth scenario before the EIR piece comes back is one thing I'm hearing, but also in any case that not to take too long before we come back with the fifth scenario report. And I'm just not intelligent enough with the materials I have from the staff and then also with the agenda itself to be able to speak to that well tonight, but we'll certainly be sitting down with the mayor and vice mayor on the agenda.
All right, very briefly, Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, just the concern is that the public comments on the DEIR will be coming in early May. The CAC will complete their discussions of the land use element without any notion that there might be a fifth scenario.
Okay, that gives a little more clarity than what was stated before. Councilmember Niss?
As I mentioned briefly before during our water discussion, I was at a conference in Arizona last week called Water Now, which is an alliance that has been pulled together by two women who live in the Bay Area. There were several of us there. There were about 10 of us there from within a 5-mile range. And it was informative, productive, and so forth. And that group of us is going to attempt to pull a summit together over the next few months in the Bay Area. And I think water is the issue right now, and I think it is going to be an incredibly scarce commodity in the future, and one that we certainly discussed at length in Arizona. Thanks.
And so I would just like to share that last Thursday afternoon, there was a meeting of this, what the Silicon Valley Leadership Group has been sponsoring a series of meetings for North and West County cities and North and West County major corporation transportation representatives. And at this last meeting, we heard from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group that they will be taking to their membership this week, I believe, a proposal to adjust upward their proposed allocations toward Caltrain and the North and West Valley corridor. And that was generally well received by the representatives in the room, and we'll hope to hear specifics on that shortly. And that would still have to go to the VTA board, and they're the ultimate decision makers, not the North and West County cities, nor the Silicon Valley Leadership Group as to what will go on the ballot.
And Pat, thanks for your leadership in this, because three of us have been going to the meetings, but you've really taken a leading role, and you were there on Thursday. And I think finally the north end of the county is getting some real credit, and really is going to be hopefully the recipient of funds that will come from this tax, should we vote for it in November.
Great. Councilmember Holman.
On the topic that you brought up, could you differentiate for us the difference between Silicon Valley Leadership initiated meetings with North and West County versus the city initiated North and West County meetings?
So both of those sets of meetings have been occurring, and several days before this meeting there was a meeting of just the North and West County city leadership, principally mayors of those cities and the city managers or their representatives. So both of those are occurring. Out of that last meeting was an affirmation of that group wanting to see movement in the very direction that was suggested to us by the leadership group. So in some ways, the leadership group was responding to the request of the North and West County cities, but we'll see. I think the leadership group has to take it to their board and get their endorsement before the position of their organization is official.
Our policy group is meeting tomorrow. That'll be interesting.
VTA. Oh, yes. Yes. All right. And on that note, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
After that, I think we have all